Hello, everybody. We are looking into the AC. Thank you for your patience. We are looking into the AC. Okay. Good evening, Cerritos residents and the members of our community. I would like to call to order the Thursday, June 12, 2025, 7 o'clock p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. The invocation will be led by Pastor Ryan Clement of New Life Community Church, and the pledge will be led by Troop 394. If the audience would please rise, if you are able, for the invocation, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Clement.
Council, staff, community, thank you so much for having me here tonight. Let's pray. God, we thank you for this opportunity to gather as a community, to come together to celebrate, to honor people, to just enjoy this place together, God, to hear concerns, to wrestle through issues, to work together for great things in this community. We thank you. And Lord, tonight we are aware of our friends, our family, our neighbors, and neighboring communities who are struggling right now with all the things going on with immigration and everything taking place. And God, we bring them to mind, and we want to pray for them. We want to pray for those whose families are struggling, are being torn apart. We want to pray for those who are on the front lines to protect businesses and communities, to pray for law enforcement. God, we want to pray for those who are seeking help, seeking refuge, for those who are struggling. God, we pray over our governments. We're seeing local, state, and national governments at odds, and there is fear and there is concern. But God, you are aware of these things. You are at work in so many ways, and we pray for unity in our communities. We pray, God, for resolution. We pray, God, for peace, for protection, and that you would work good things in these situations. So, God, we trust you, we need you, and we pray for your work. Thank you for this community. Thank you for this space. And would tonight's meeting honor you by how we treat one another, by how we share our concerns, and by how we have love for one another through all the business and all the celebration and all the honoring that we're going to do here tonight. We give you thanks for this great community and this place to be together and work together. Amen.
Color guard, attention. Color guard, forward march. Color guard, halt. Color guard, prepare to post colors. All those in civilian clothing, right hand over your heart. All those in scout uniform, scout salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Color guard, post colors. Color guard, regroup. Color guard, retreat. Audience at ease.
Thank you to Pastor Ryan Clement of New Life Community Church, and thank you to Troop 394. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Polito.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Johnson.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Yokoyama.
Here. The next item is 5A presentations. Testing. Hello. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The city of Cerritos proudly joined communities nationwide in celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in May. This observance honors the rich heritage and significant contributions of AA and HPI communities to our nation's history and culture. Their influence continues to enrich the fabric of the United States and the diverse community we proudly call Cerritos. The city of Cerritos would like to recognize the following individuals who were unable to attend city council meetings last month. If Dr. Winston C. Wong can please come up. Dr. Winston Wong, with 38 years of medical experience, Dr. Winston Wong is affiliated with the Los Alamitos Medical Center and practices at the Joshua International Medical Group, offering comprehensive services including preventive care for chronic disease management. In addition, Dr. Wong supports the AANHPI senior population in Cerritos through his involvement with the Kalani Adult Day Health Center, promoting active lifestyles and improved wellness in a culturally responsive environment. Thank you, Dr. Wong. And if you'd like to say a few words and let us know who's here with you today.
I am honored to be here. This is my first time coming to the council meeting, and I'm truly impressed. And some of my friends, Benjamin, and also Elder Cher, and some of my other dear friends and patients. Thank you.
So thank you for celebrating AANHPI Heritage Month with the city of Cerritos. Will my colleagues please join us for a photo with Dr. Wong? We also have a representative from the California State Senate on behalf of our state senator, Tony Strickland.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maddie Marks Noble, and I'm with State Senator Tony Strickland's office, your new state senator. And we're just happy to be here to recognize all the great residents of Cerritos doing great things. So congratulations to you. And I don't know if I'll have an opportunity to speak for each and every single presentation, but we're really happy just to honor and recognize the great residents we have in Senate District 36.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. And I'm glad we were able to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month with you and all of you in attendance tonight. Public comments? Thank you for your attendance at tonight's meeting. State law and our local rules do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or conduct that disrupts the conduct of this city business meeting. If necessary, I will issue an initial warning and call for a recess to restore order. After that, the chamber may be cleared if disruption continues. The following comments pertain to all public comment periods on tonight's agenda. I will open public comments at the appropriate times on the agenda. Please be prepared to approach the podium and begin your comments at the time you are called. Public comments should be directed to the City Council and made only from the podium during your turn. Please respect each speaker and refrain from any disruptive behavior or speech during their comment time. Public comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 7B2. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the office of the city clerk during regular business hours. I will now open for item 6, public comments. Can someone come help me with my screen? Thank you. It's on. It's on. Thank you. Can someone help the council members with their screens, please? And then these two also. Okay, so we're going to have Jared Lujan first, Teddy Lloyd second, Saul Lozada third, Al Barlevy fourth. Jared Lujan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council member, and staff. I want to thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jared Lujan. I work here in Cerritos at Century 21 here at Gridley and 183rd. And I'm here tonight on behalf of myself and a growing number of neighbors to document and express serious concern about the homeless encampment located northwest of 183rd and Gridley, near Studebaker on the railroad tracks. Over the past several weeks, this encampment has grown significantly. As of this week, I estimate 20 to 25 individuals living in the makeshift structures in the area. And I've personally counted at least 7 separate camps. Fires are being lit daily, and just yesterday there was an active campfire burning, proximity to dry brush. We've contacted the fire department for this reason, as well as the sheriff's department. We've spoken to Captain Drew Strong from the sheriff department, Clarence Stevens from code enforcement, and the fire department who responded to fires this week. The trash situation is worsening. Debris, bikes, and shopping carts and scattered throughout the encampment and spilling into the surrounding neighborhoods. Several individuals have been entering residential streets between tracks and Gar High School. Residents on Sharon Street, whose homes back up to the tracks, are reporting people using the restroom in the open and exhibiting unstable behavior. A home in the track was broken into at 1 p.m. in broad daylight. And we encourage the City of Cerritos to look at the crime report for confirmation. And while we understand this land belongs to LA Metro, and they're posting signs for trespassing on the entrances, the issue is still spilling directly into our neighborhoods and commercial areas. And this is happening in our backyard, and it's impacting the safety and peace of the local residents and businesses. We do not want this area to turn into what developed along the 57 freeway near Angel Stadium. The presence of drugs and growing instability in this encampment is raising serious concerns. I've been informed that the city recently posted notices asking people to leave the area, but the next step in the enforcement may take 10 to 14 days, and that's too long. Fires are being lit daily. Residents are worried, and the situation is escalating. We have video and photo documentation, and we're ready to present it if needed. And we appreciate the city's attention on this matter and hope that this letter helps formally document what's happening on the ground. Please do not let this go unaddressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert, Captain Strong, I heard about this matter on May 20 from a Cerritos resident named Verlarion. And I reported this to Daryl Evans, our public safety manager. He gave me the update on what happened on May 20. But, you know, the residents are here. It's still going on. I reported this to Daryl Evans on May 20. What are we doing about this? I understand that, you know, one of our code enforcement officers and 2 deputies went out to the camp and inspected the camp on May 20, and they issued some citations. What has happened since May 20? Why are the residents still here? Why are they here tonight complaining about this over 3 weeks later?
Thank you for the question, sir. So deputies did go out there the other day and put signs. We weren't sure when the last ones were posted. I asked Clarence. They were unsure when the last signs were posted from the city. So we went ahead and posted some fresh ones. We're going to go out there and cite them. Pursuant to the city, they normally leave a posted sign for 14 days, and then we offer them assistance. And if they refuse the assistance, 14 days later, we come back and we'll cite them. The major issue that we're having with these particular locations is the cleanup. They won't leave after we cite them. They'll come back if the locations aren't cleaned up. It's the MTA's property over there off of Gridley, and the other location off of Moore Street is Southern Pacific Railroad. That's whose responsibility is to clean those areas. We don't clean them on the sheriff's department, but we will cite the individuals for being there. First, we offer them assistance. If they refuse the assistance, we post a sign, and then 14 days later, we cite them. We did cite some individuals off of Moore Street. We're going to go back and cite some more individuals off of Gridley. However, the long-term plan is to have to remove the encampments themselves to get a long-term fix on this. We don't believe that citations alone, although we will do that, is a long-term solution to fix this problem. I have deputies that I've spoken to that have been here for 10 years, and they've told me themselves that, you know, these guys and gals will take a citation, and literally a couple days later, they'll come back and be the same place as long as the encampments are still there. So there needs to be a method in conjunction with the citations to deal with the encampments as well to clean up.
Thank you, Captain Strong. So we're in public comment right now. And if anyone else is here with Jared Lujan, and if anybody else discusses this matter during public comment, which I welcome them to do, City Manager, can you please have somebody at the conclusion of public comment talk to these residents in the back and discuss this matter to them? We need a solution, and I agree with Captain Strong that we have to do something other than citations. Citations are not solving this matter. We cited them on May 20. According to the update I got from Daryl Evans, this situation is still there. Can someone from City Hall, from Community Safety Office and/or the Sheriff's Station meet with the residents outside after the conclusion of public comment and have a discussion with them so we can start handling this matter tomorrow?
Yes, Mayor, will do. And I'll also add that upon receiving this public comment earlier today, I did also reach out to a representative from the county to request additional support to urge Metro to act quickly on the subject location by Gridley and 183rd. So we are working at multiple angles to get the problem solved. But we will certainly have staff speak to the residents.
And we need to let these residents know information like this and update them in the days ahead. Okay? Teddy Lloyd is next. Hi, Teddy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I recall in the last City Council meeting, and I believe, Mr. Mayor, you have suggested, you said, well, for our city, please give us some ideas to generate more revenue. And then after I heard that, I started thinking, and I said, gee, what can the city, considering that I have been a Cerritos resident for quite a number of years, it just dawned on me, and I started looking at, I said, Liberty Park, the city just opened up some pickleball courts, and then now if you go, I even went there this evening, and I saw the courts are very, very full, very much in use. Then it just dawned on me, I said, wait a minute, isn't Liberty Park so close to the Auto Square? And guess what I did? I went over to the Auto Square, because I get a lot of notices from, myself and my wife, we purchase vehicles there, and they constantly would tell us, oh, come on in for your 15,000-mile checkup. So what I did some, checking out, and I noticed every time you go there, a lot of the customers waiting for their car being served, and they would be just sitting there. And I noticed some of the auto dealers putting some coffee shops, all that. And it just dawned on me. I said, wait a minute. Our Liberty Park is located only half a block away. And then wouldn't it be great, because people playing pickleball are so much excited and so many. And why not make that as a possibility for the auto dealers to be promoting that, and also maybe put some banners up there for the city of Cerritos, and that would be an easy way for the city of Cerritos to generate revenue, because the dealers would be very much interested in it. And not only that, the customers, most of them would be sitting, and I even spoke to several customers. I say, oh, how long would it be for you? Oh, it'll be 2 to 3 hours. We just have to sit. And then this drop-off form even said, oh, you can have a pickup service provided. Underneath it says for the mall, Cerritos Mall drop-off, please use the mall shuttle bus that runs every 15 minutes. I say, wait a minute, that would be great for our city to notify, because many of them very much, they wanted to exercise, and then the Liberty Park is right there, and the pickleball courts, the city just opened up 8 more. So that's a total of 13 just at the Liberty Park alone. So I just started thinking, I said, gee, that's an opportunity for the city of Cerritos to generate revenue. First, how about the auto dealers? Next, how about make the reservation available for residents, a little lower, and then the non-residents pay a little more for the usage of the pickleball courts. Especially middle of the day, very often, you see people are not there, and then I say that is a golden opportunity, because more I see it, and then you can have events there, you can have things that a lot of players would be interested, and it's almost always they're smiling. And I'd say that would be a totally opportunities for the city of Cerritos to generate revenue. And then if the city of Cerritos wants to get more details about it, I'll be happy to assist our city, because I've known many other locations, what they charge and what they make available. And the nice thing is that most of those people pay for it would be smiling. It's not saying, oh, you increase my taxes, or increase the cost. And that's what I think the Liberty Park the location, and not to mention other parks in the city of Cerritos. Cerritos is located at I call it a gold mine because the location is centrally located. It would definitely generate a lot of people coming to the city of Cerritos, and when they're done playing, they may shop at the Cerritos Mall, go to a restaurant in the city of Cerritos. All those are, I would say, revenue-generating ideas. So, any case, I definitely would like to help the city on that because I live in the Cerritos for so many years, and I'd like to see nothing but opportunities. And once opportunity is there, take advantage of that. And then I am very, very glad that the city has done so, which just opened up 8 more pickleball courts, and hopefully very soon, by the way, I do know very soon, will be in the CPE, Cerritos Park East. So all of that makes Cerritos really a prime city. And then I noticed all the other surrounding cities are catching up, but they can never match Cerritos because we're the first city started with this sport, I would say more than maybe 10 years ago. So now this opportunity is available, and I'll be happy to assist the city. And then any ideas, I'll be happy to discuss that. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Teddy. Saul Lozada.
Council and Mayor, I'm here tonight to complain. I'm going to put it quite frankly like that. I go to the senior center, been going there for about 15 years. And you do work on it. You put a lot of money in it. For most of the time, it looks really nice. But, and here's my beef. If you're going to pay premium prices for work that's done at the senior center, then you better get people that know what they're doing. You had a crew in there replacing lumber on the outside, leaving electrical plumbing dangling in the middle of nowhere. You had people working off ladders and what have you with no knowledge of what they were doing, painting after they put the pieces of wood in, not painting behind the wood or under the wood. If you go there right now and you go looking around, you will see, oh, it's very pristine. And then you'll look at another portion and all you'll see are stains running down the columns. And you sit there and you say, hey, why is there a stain? Why should I have to look at a stain that shouldn't be there? Well, it's a simple fact. They used steel nails. They didn't use galvanized nails. Now, was there an inspector? You were paying premium prices. No inspector. You know what the guy running the job says? Oh, I'm from the office. I'm just running it from the outside. Okay? Now, here's my catch. One of those guys fall off one of those little gizmos that they were standing on, that contractor ain't going to have the money to cover it. You know who's going to cover it? You guys. And you stand there, and I'm going to tell you, from my point of view, you know who runs your city hall? Your secretaries. It takes 4 phone calls to get any kind of action of somebody to come out and look. 4. And I can tell you because I've done it more than once. When you walk down South Street and the sewer is overflowing from Caro's, and you call them and you say, hey, Caro's is overflowing, the sewer's coming. Take 4 phone calls because it's going down the street. So what I am telling you is you're paying premium prices and getting very poor workmanship. Very poor workmanship. When you paint lumber when it's already up, when you let people that don't know what they're doing, I'll tell you how far it goes. I was in construction for 30 years. And when they take out wood and you see the embed was painted with red oxide, and the guy takes his glove and cleans off the dust, and then puts his wood back in without painting the steel, I would say that was poor workmanship. And the simple fact of the matter is, the people that are in charge of all this are supposed to know. I had one of your people in City Hall tell me, well, I have so many jobs. I have 150 jobs I have to look over. How can I watch them over? Seems to me the guy's overworked. Seems to me, you know what he told me? He says, well, how do you know all these OSHA laws? Seems pretty basic to me. Pretty basic. If your people in there don't know what they are, if your code enforcement don't know what they are, then you need to train them. Because you also got crews working. So if they don't know, if the people running the jobs don't know, that's just an accident waiting to happen. And who's going to pay the price? So my suggestion, when they tell me that you can't have an inspector because it costs too much, you're paying prevailing wage for people that were off the street. And for me, I would say we got to go to the top and change the top. Now, that's not a threat. All I'm trying to say is you guys need to get a hold of these people and stop the secretaries from running what's going on. Because the simple fact of the matter is that's the way it works.
Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Ryan, can you come here really quick? Mr. Lozada, wait right there. Wait right there. Can you come here really quick? Here, give him my card. Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Appreciate your public comment. Alvin, can you please make sure you follow up with everything Mr. Lozada reported to us and discuss it with him as necessary, Alvin? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Good to see you again. Okay, we're going to have Al Barlevy, then Mel Cortez, then Sam Desai. Al, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Cerritos City Council. At the last meeting, you recognized me for Jewish American Heritage Month. I want to thank you again for that, especially in light that the Long Beach City College board president refuses to do that. For whatever reason, he refuses. Now, for the recognition, I submitted my biography, and in my biography, I put in that almost every week, I march in Long Beach with a group called Run for Their Lives while holding posters of kidnapped people who have been kidnapped from Israel. Now, not all of them are even Israelis. There was one Filipino, 31 Thai, one Nepalese, one Tanzanian, and the rest of the Israelis, 6 are even Arab Israelis. They're not even Jewish. But I guess because of all the anti-Semitism that's out there, marching with kidnap posters is controversial, so it was decided that it's too controversial to take that out of the biography. So I'm here tonight to put it back in light of what happened the Sunday before last in Boulder, Colorado, that a similar group was attacked there, doing the same thing that I do every week, and that is to hold posters of victims of kidnapping that are being held hostage. So again, thank you for recognizing Jewish American History Month. And I wouldn't have come here if it wasn't for the attack in Boulder. I wouldn't have come here to put that back into my resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Mel Cortez, then Sam Desai, then Artelia Johnson.
Good evening, council members and everybody else. First thing I want to bring up is crime in Cerritos. So far, we had 3 home burglaries. I think today is the 12th. So that's bad, but it's still good because it's already 12 days. So the past 2-3 months, it's been good. So our sheriffs are doing a great job, our neighborhood watch is doing a great job. So let's just keep our numbers low. So good job. Question about phase 2 for the license plate readers. I know it was since last December. It had been approved in February at the safety committee. We're told that maybe it will be in February or March. Right now it's June, almost the end of the year, and I don't think anything has been done. And I'm afraid, I know there was a transfer of money, but I don't know if it's not done by the end of the year, is the money going to be lost? And again, it'll have to be money appropriated for phase 2 of the license plate reader. So I don't know if that's going to work, but so far it's almost the end of June, and it's going to be the end of June, and nothing has been done. Also, the rebate program that came in December, that was we were told that there'll be a rebate program for residents to try to install security or video or anything else, and nothing yet. So it's almost the end of the fiscal year, and I think there was $40,000 appropriated for that, or I don't know if the money was there. If it wasn't there, that's fine. I know that it's we did extra money for the city. Third thing, there was talk about security patrols being 24/7. I haven't heard anything of that. And the question will be, I know if it was extended for the month of June, will they be, they will come back after June? So I'm not sure if the 24/7, or even if it's not 24/7, will the security patrol come back after that, private security patrol? And when I was in safety committee, gave an idea a couple times of having a Cerritos safety fair, a standalone safety fair, not with anything else, where we bring vendors, safety service providers, all in one place for the residents, with tents and, bring everybody that we could find to provide a one-stop shop for residents to help us with safety at home. So I don't know if that's possible. I did bring that up to the safety committee, but a lot of times when we bring things up right there, they just get lost. I know there's no money, so we're willing to wait. So there's no money this fiscal year or this fiscal year. We're still able to watch. We could still try to manage on our own with our sheriff. We're willing to wait, but these are good things that came up last December, and it'll be great to help us move forward with the numbers that we have right now. Regarding the homeless camp, I did walk by there. I talked to some residents, and a lot of times we say it's not our side, it belongs to Metro, it belongs to this. But if there's an extra money right now from the city, it'll be great that we take control and do the cleanup without having to wait for Metro, before it turns into Skid Row of Cerritos. So I live nearby there. It's not my side, but when I passed by there yesterday, it's the worst I've seen. It's even worse than under the bridges or the 91 freeway by the riverbed. And I know we have a resident, the sub-residents want to speak about the bugs over there by the Liberty Park. I did talk to some of the people about the mice and pests and how it's affecting the mental health. Some people are scared kids can come out and play. So when they come and speak, please listen to them, because we saw pictures, and maybe some of you have seen pictures of all the pests that have been getting into the neighborhood. The neighborhood across Liberty Park by Edison. And I think some of you probably already saw pictures, have seen pictures. I saw video, and some of these residents are scared of going into their backyard. Mice are coming into their area, and the kids cannot go and play outside because of all those bugs and pests that are invading their area. So please listen to what they had to say. I'm not sure if they brought pictures, but it'll be great if they bring pictures to show you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. City Manager, can you share an update about the automatic license plate readers and the community safety officers?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The second phase, the phase 2 of the automatic license plate readers, is scheduled for installation next week. With prior council direction, we did begin with the procurement. There was some time involved in getting the items ordered and configured, but our understanding is that they are scheduled to begin installation next week. So the existing fiscal year funding will go toward that most certainly. And we have been in the process of recruiting for community safety officers. That's with council direction and funding for that effort. That is still underway. So in the meantime, we do have Southwest Patrol contracted for services in the city. But as was previously noted, at such time that the CSOs are fully onboarded and trained, then we will be phasing out the Southwest Patrol with the addition of those officers. And there, if I may, there was mention of bugs near Liberty Park. Staff is aware of the issue. They're pests that have emanated from Southern California Edison-owned property east of Studebaker, and staff and code enforcement has been in contact with Edison. They are aware of the issue. They have done several measures as far as weed abatement to help address it. They are taking additional measures over the coming weeks, and they've been working, of course, in compliance with vector control guidelines. But any member of the public who may be having some issues with that can contact our code enforcement. We can advise them of any additional next steps.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Please make sure Southern California Edison knows that the Cerritos City Council is expecting them to take care of this matter as soon as possible. Thank you. Sam Desai.
Good evening. My name is Sam Desai, longtime resident of City of Cerritos. Mayor, council members, city staff, and friends. Mayor, I'm just waiting for Mayor. He is a little bit busy. So, Mayor, these are difficult times. Only a united, consensus-driven approach will help us move forward. And the word consensus comes to my mind because, Mark, when you had won, we had a brief conversation. And one of the things you had mentioned is moving forward will take consensus. So, based on last few meetings and how things have gone, how do you think consensus is working? Because right now we have a perception of a bias and revenge politics already in play. You know, there are cuts to Christmas parade, cuts for Autumn Moon Festival. And all of a sudden there is a bill for $50,000 for a Filipino festival. It looks like favoritism. And it seems like, you know, there is an element of revenge politics in it, favoring one community over other, or removing all the efforts previous council members have done for our Cerritos. Not just one part of the community, but all of us. So council must act in this non-partisan, inclusive manner that reflects the diversity of our city and respect for the council which was here before you. We do continue to have ongoing issues. Streets, trees, even the communication back with residents needs to be improved. One thing that we have always asked for residents is engagement of the council on social media. Some of you have done a good job. Some of you need to improve. But one thing that I did notice is one of the council members, when you take too many photographs with city employees, it feels like you are smoozing them, wining and dining them a little bit more. And what I feel happens is then our city manager does not have a choice but to just do whatever you may want. And what that does, it erodes any accountability that you may want to put on the city staff. Think about it. Now, in some good news, I saw some of my friends went and played pickleball, dual pickleball courts. Pluses and minuses, it was an inexpensive solution. There will be some staffing challenges, scheduling, but it will work out. All right, this is a little bit about transparency and fiscal responsibility, okay, guys? Like hiding key expenses under the consent calendar is unacceptable. I hope council is paying attention. Thank you. See, our Cerritos residents are engaged and they're aware. So hiding these expenses in consent calendar where we cannot speak about is a sign of corruption, and it does not go unnoticed. There is the Sister City initiative labeled as economic development. Now, it is an unnecessary, symbolic expense during difficult fiscal times. So, what are we going to do about it? Is council going to back off or still going to waste our money? How about changing our city hall time? Any reason? We need more library hours, not less. We need more hours for our residents, not less. Mayor, it's a request to please balance your speaking time. I hope you hear us all when we say please balance it. Linda, sarcasm is not fact-checking. Please be kind to the residents. Jennifer Hong, please don't try, do something. Sophia Tse, I want to see relevance of you in this council because you can do more. Thank you, council.
Could someone please fix the speaker list? It's not correct. Please fix the speaker list. While we're waiting for them to fix the speaker list, I will remind the audience, which I've said before, and I've said it at every meeting, is that if you want to talk about, if the public wants to talk about anything on consent calendar, public comment is available, and that's what we're doing right now, public comment. If any of you in the audience want to talk about anything on the consent calendar, public comment is going on right now. So it's ridiculous to say that things are being hidden on consent calendar, and it's ridiculous to say that it's corruption for things to be on the consent calendar. Okay, so the list is not correct, but I will call up, please forgive me because I have an incorrect list, but Artelia Johnson is next, and then Elaine McGee, then Gilbert LaPena. Artelia Johnson, thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Good evening. And the pronunciation is Artia. That double L is a Y.
Artia, good to see you, Artia.
Good to see you. The last time I was here was in August of 2019. And I was treated kind of bad, so I said, you know what, I'm going to back away. I've lived in this city since 1993. That's when I first came to Cerritos. And my agenda is that we're living in very perilous times because everybody's watching TV and the news, and you see what's going on, okay? And we are one of the most, if not the most diverse city, at one time we were, in the country. We were the most diverse city in the country. And I don't see nobody in authority or power that looks like me anymore, you know? And I have a real issue with that, as I should, you know? Because you know what? This whole thing with all of us in here, other than white Anglo-Saxon Americans that came over on the Mayflower, my people started it. We started it. And we included everybody, okay? That's all I'm saying. But it's time that we see some other things going on. And I'm not targeting you guys, because you guys wasn't even here the last time I was here, okay? I'm not targeting that, because you know what? My goddaughter owns Umaya Ramen in Landmark Square. That's my goddaughter. Me and her mother got history. They don't make a move without me. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, it's none of that with me. That little girl right there, she started kindergarten at Gonzalez, and her sisters and brothers before her, Stowers, and all the way to Gar High School. She graduated from Gar. That's my baby girl. I'm not gonna tell you how old she is, because then I tell on myself. But but that being said, you know, change is it's needed in everything. Just add to it. Maybe sit another chair. If you know, I'm not asking nobody to give up, then put another chair there and hear it from all directions, because we started it. We started it. My people, dogs, water hoses, the Pettus Bridge, we started it. And that Jewish brother that spoke earlier, they people was there. It was rabbis on that bridge. It was rabbis with us that started it. So I'm saying, let's play fair. Not saying that you not. I don't even know if anybody look like me has ran for office, but we getting ready to. Cause see, when it get, excuse my French, funky like it is right now, what they doing in LA and all this carrying on with Donald Trump's radical agenda, everybody is a target that don't look like them. Trust me when I tell you that. And if he haven't made it perfectly clear to you, you better put on some glasses. Okay? Because it's coming. So all I'm saying is, you know, we got a right at the table, and it's time for that. Now, I'm not going to bore you with no long stuff, because, you know, I'm not feeling that great. I aged a little bit, and in the meantime, arthritis said I'm going to have it my way, okay? And I'm going to sit down. But I'm saying it's time for a change. Add us to the agenda. I want to hear about Black History Month. I want to be consulted on Black History Month of people like me. That's all I'm saying. I love everybody, because I'm a born-again Christian, for real. Holy Ghost-filled Pentecostal church. Okay? So I'm saying, let's get it together and include everybody. Because one thing about us, we did it. We built this whole country. It was built off our backs as slaves. They stole us from somewhere, brought us here, and built this whole country. And Cerritos is, I love Cerritos. I wouldn't have been here 32 years. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. I hope everybody get my drift and understand what I'm saying, because now I'm back, I'm in motion again, and I'm gonna keep going, okay? Take care.
Thank you, Artia. Thank you for reminding me about Umaya Ramen. I remember you. I hope, yes, I will. And I hope you could stay a little bit longer into the meeting, for a little bit longer, please. If you could stay, and your friends and family. Okay, Elaine McGee, Gilbert LaPena, and Howard Sachs.
Hello. My first time here. I'm not a speaker. Our captain is handling some personal family business, so I'm the bug person. Our neighborhood, and I'm exhausted. So please forgive me, because this has been going on for way too long.
Cindy.
I live in the city of Cerritos. I back up to Studebaker, and the back of my house backs up to that easement that Southern California Edison owns. Now, a couple months ago in February, The nursery was asked to leave. Why? We don't know. The nursery left. The field overran with weeds. Next thing I know it, I got weeds growing everywhere. I even got weeds growing in my pool filter when I took it apart because of all of the stuff blowing in. The amount of money we're spending just to take care of that is a lot. Next thing we know, we got thousands of birds flying above us. Where'd they come from? Don't know. And I have been calling anybody who would listen from Southern California Edison to the city, trying to get people to return my phone calls. You guys need to take care of these weeds. Well, they finally came out about 2 weeks ago, and they mowed the weeds down. Well, here's a video. We did have pictures printed. CBS lost them. So you guys will be getting videos, pictures, and everything of this. But 2 weeks ago, when they came and mowed, the bugs galore. We have false cinch bugs, German cockroaches, fleas abundantly, ants abundantly. Just recently, when they started trimming down the trees on Studebaker, all the mice came in. All my security cameras are going crazy because of the mice. We don't know what to do. We are beside ourselves. These bugs, I mean, it literally looks like my fence is crawling. My ground was moving. My pool was completely covered with these bugs. Now they're coming over the fence, we're spraying, and the more come right over top of the dead ones, crawling up our house, getting in our house. By Friday night when they started, Saturday night they were in the front of my house. By Sunday, they were in the street, cul-de-sac. They are migrating all the way into our neighborhood. Now, Southern California Edison does own the property. I've gotten a hold of a Jacqueline Toma. She says, well, we're gonna start taking care of the weeds. Within a month or months, we'll start weed abatement, herbicide, to take care of these weeds. I said, what about the bugs? That's your problem. I says, what do you mean, our problem? You guys created this, and now it's in our neighborhood. What do? Our animals are getting infested, our houses are infested. I mean, literally, you cannot stand outside and they start crawling up your legs. I mean, what are we supposed to do? I don't understand anymore. Like I said, I've talked to people, I've left voicemails. Our whole neighborhood is up in arms. I'm exhausted because I'm doing this myself. My pool, I have to clean my filter, which is only supposed to be done every 4 months. I'm doing it in the beginning from the weeds once a month. Now I'm doing it every week, and I do this myself. And I'm physically handicapped. And to do this and to keep doing this, I mean, I've been trying to get somebody to even come out there and stand. When the exterminators came and sprayed, 2 of them, they couldn't even stand still. They're over there jumping because there were so many. And then they spray and they're like, Miss McGee, take a video of this. More just coming right over on the top. These are agricultural bugs. Our residential pesticide people do not have stuff on their, that they can spray to kill these things. I mean, German cockroaches carry diseases. And it's like, I finally got a phone call from Brian. I don't know who Brian is, but he finally called me a couple days ago. And I've been dealing with this since February. In Southern California Edison, it's like, well, not our problem. So what are we supposed to do? You will be getting some videos and some photos as soon as we get a hold of them. We'll get them down here. Vern Santos is our neighborhood captain. But yeah, and homeless people, if they start fires out there in this field with all those dead weeds, we're gonna have a lot, because that's a big field. It goes all the way from Studebaker all the way to the 605.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Ryan or Alvin or Robert, can somebody make sure you get Elaine Elaine, that's your name? Yes. Get Elaine's contact information. You know, she shouldn't have to be dealing with all of these horrible pests. No. Let's, again, yes, again, tell Southern California Edison, the Cerritos City Council is expecting them to take care of this immediately.
Will do, sir.
Gilbert La Pena, Howard Sachs, and then Bill Cinco.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I'm not going to try to take too much of your time. I'm just here to echo exactly what Jared said about the homeless encampment behind my house. I have a direct line of vision. I can see them. My neighbors are here too. We all live next to each other and we can see them. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for immediately addressing the concern by asking the sheriff what's being done. Because just like the gentleman back there, we have called my neighbors several times and nobody got back to us. The first time they said, well, we cannot do anything about this because they are protected, or I guess there's a certain law that protects them. Fine, whatever it is. We don't care, just as long as let us know what's being done. But nobody's calling us back. Anyway, though we may have pictures to support our claim, I just want to share to you my experience, because my experience is different from the pictures that we can show you. Like I said, they're in my line of sight. These pictures right here, they're in my line of sight. The fence that separates my house, my neighbor's house, from the railroad track, it's not that high. It's only like 6 feet, 7 feet. They can actually literally climb out over the fence and go to my backyard. And since then, I have to close our blinds. Because either they can see me or I can see them. And the things that they do out there, it's one of the most nastiest things. I cannot open the window anymore. There's no more fresh air. And this has been going on since the 30th, just like you said. Because I remember the first time we called, there was only one structure there. Now there are multiple structures. We don't want to call the sheriff and waste their time all the time. You know, so we would appreciate that, you know, if you guys can do something about this. Yes, I know there are certain things your hands are tied, and there's certain things that you cannot do, but I'm sure we can do something about this. It's not just my house, it's my neighbor's house, it's the entire street on Sharon that can see those homeless people. And yes, we care about them, but the thing is we're also concerned about our safety. They're lighting up fires there. We're not even sure. Some of these pictures, I can tell you right now, I'm sure there's some drug dealings involved, because like I said, I can see them. I can see them. I have to look at my window before I have to go to bed just to check and see what's going on. I cannot sleep better now at night because I have to pay attention and listen to what's going on. They yell and scream at night. Why? I don't know. Am I going to go jump over there and try to no. But like I said, we have pictures, but I just want to share to you our experience. What we can see, what we can hear, what we can smell. And it's not safe. So again, thank you for addressing the sheriff and giving us the extra time after this public comment, because we need to know, and we want to know, and we deserve to know what needs to be done and what you guys are doing about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaPena. You and Jared and the neighbors make sure after a public safety representative will go back into the lobby and exchange contact information, and we need to have on time. We have to have updates available for you on what's happening, because we will be addressing this. Let's get things going on this tomorrow, please, City Manager.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Howard Sachs, Bill Cinco, and then Chris Yates. Howard Sachs. Hi, Howard.
Good evening, Mayor Yokoyama. It's great to say that, by the way. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, Councilmember Polito, Councilmember C, and Councilmember Hong. I come here about Ivy Park Cerritos. The first thing, and hopefully we'll get a little more response from this city council than we got from the previous one. The first thing is about response from the powers that be, the people we don't see there. The people that work there do overall a pretty good job. The people we don't see, who make the rules, who basically run the facility, they give us no response. As you know, the owner is a company called Welltower, a credit realty trust out of Toledo, Ohio. The management company is Oakmont. They came in about 3 years ago, promising us everything. They said, oh, we're going to be here every other month. We want to hear from the people living here, tenants as myself or residents. We are going to be on top of things. We're going to handle your needs and your concerns. That was almost 3 years ago. You know how many times they've been back since? None. It's almost impossible to get in touch with these people. They'll put down a directive, usually detrimental to the people that not only live there, but work there. But they don't want any contact with either their employees or residents or tenants. They have no interest in that. And that is something I hope that can be somewhat rectified by this city council. We need much more response from these people because they're the ones that really make the rules. And we have to have that kind of input with them directly. Now, the other thing I was going to talk about is very important, and I realize I have to talk about it privately. I cannot talk about it because this is being televised, and to be honest, I don't want to give anybody any ideas that may be watching. So I'm going to change that and go to this subject, and that is the people that live there. When I first came there, it was about 60% of people were like myself, able-bodied. If we lived on the second floor, we could easily get down in an emergency. If it's a fire, if it's an earthquake, and we need to evacuate, we could go down. That's not the way it is now. And now at least 70% of the people who live there are mobilely impaired. That means they're on walkers or wheelchairs. Many of them live on that second floor. And heaven help us if there is an actual emergency that they have to be able to get down, because if there's a fire or even an earthquake, those elevators won't run. You will have to take these individuals, carry them down those stairs. And some of these people are not light, they weigh a lot, they have wheelchairs or even walkers, they can't come down. And they are the majority of people now that reside at this facility. This facility was originally supposed to be a retirement community. Yes, there were supposed to be some people that needed assisted living, mainly for physical reasons. But the majority of us were supposed to be able-bodied, pretty much fully cognitive. That's not the way it is anymore. As a young man, I say young, he's in his 60s, so he's a young man there, has said they have turned this into a convalescent home. And that's exactly what they've done. I don't think it was originally supposed to be that way, but that's the way it is now. I should be a normal person there. I'm a complete outlier. I'm a certain age. Yes, I think of myself 20, 30 years younger, but I'm going to be 75 before this year is over. And I am completely, I feel I'm 2 generations younger than the vast majority of people that live there. And I should maybe a 1 generation younger, but not 2 generations younger. And so those are the 2 things I wanted to bring up. I know my time is limited. And this other thing that I did want to bring up, I realized I have to talk to you privately, that I cannot go out on the air. It has to be off camera. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Howard. Staff, I just want to make sure that the speaker list is updated. Okay, next we have Bill Cinco.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. Thank you for your service to this fine city. I'm here tonight, Bill Cinco, Executive Director for Community Family Guidance Center. And wanted to first thank you for the many years that you've supported the nonprofit work that we do for the kids of Cerritos that we serve every day. This last year, we brought in 42 new clients from Cerritos. And mind you, these are clients that meet the federal poverty level, so they don't have much means to their disposal. So just so you know, we do not charge the families for the services that we do. We raise the money, and we go out and get it, and we go out and get it from the county, we go out and get it through fundraisers. And to those 42 kids from Cerritos in the last year, we provided over 1,000 hours of clinical service to them and expended nearly $370,000 to do so. I just wanted to bring to your attention that, well, first of all, we've been in Cerritos since day one. We're going to be 50 years old next year. I wish I was only 50 years old next year, but that's not the fact. But and then we've been in Cerritos since that first day, and our main office continues to be in Cerritos. Something happened during COVID, and I wanted to just bring it to your awareness. 20% of our caseload were considered crisis cases prior to COVID. That means kids were a danger to themselves or others, suicidal, possibly wanting to hurt other people, and so that was 20% of our caseload. During COVID, that went up to 50% of our caseload. We were kind of expecting that to go down after COVID started going away, but it hasn't. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I think it's just what's going on in the world and in our communities and what we see on the news every day. Our kids are dealing with a lot of stress, and they're dealing with a lot of problems. And so about 50% of the kids that I just talked about are considered possibly a danger to themselves or others that we're helping in Cerritos right now. I will say that we love our work. We think we're doing a really good service for all the communities in the area. Our kids that we're helping, I feel, and having a background in law enforcement and ministry, I feel we're preventing those kids from future drug use, criminal activity, homelessness, because we're giving them the tools to overcome the trauma that they've experienced in their lives. So you guys are a part of that. The city is a part of that because the city has supported us for many, many years, and hopefully we'll continue to do that. And I just wanted to come up and say thank you to everybody. Thank you for your work, and thank you to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for giving us that update about Community Family Guidance Center. That, yes, it is here in our city of Cerritos. So, thank you for being part of the Cerritos family. One more speaker, but first, I just wanted to welcome to our city council meeting our friend from the city of Bellflower Council Member Victor Sanchez. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight, Victor. Chris Yates.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and members of the council. Also, congratulations on being appointed this year, or voted in this year. We appreciate the opportunity to speak, and we want to be very clear and transparent about why we are here. We are here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, a chamber that is not the same as you once remember from the past. At the start of the fiscal year, we made a conscious decision to start fresh. We began with a clean slate and have since rebuilt the chamber from the ground up. financially, structurally, and in terms of leadership. We've adopted a new vision, we've revamped our operations, and we're looking for a new CEO to help guide this organization into its next chapter for the city. We've also brought in we've also put together and built a brand new business plan in place. It's thoughtful, strategic, and it's designed to support economic growth and strengthen our local partnerships, especially with the city. But for that plan to succeed, we need your support. That's why we're here tonight. We are respectfully requesting the opportunity to meet with the delegation from the City Council to present this plan and to be included in any upcoming budget conversations. We are committed to transparency, and if a financial audit of the chamber is requested, we fully welcome it. We have nothing to hide and everything to gain through collaboration. I want to emphasize again, this is a new chamber. We are here to work together. We want to move forward with trust, professionalism, and mutual respect in support of the community of Cerritos. Finally, in the spirit of unity, we believe the best way forward is by building a new bridge. So that's what we're here tonight. We're here to extend and offer and build a new bridge and create new relationships and strengthen the support for the city of Cerritos. There's a lot of businesses that are here in the city, and the Chamber of Commerce is a marketing tool, totally underutilized. I actually am the marketing director, senior marketing director for Los Cerritos Center. So I've got a huge background. Hope you guys enjoyed North Italia today. Got the call, I missed the call, so I didn't get to meet you guys today. So I'm here tonight on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. And we look to work together and build a new bridge. And then you have invitation.
Sure. We have a breakfast networking event at AALRR on June 18th. We would like to invite you all. It's at 7:30 in the morning. The email invite has been out. I hope you received it. If not, we'll send it again to each one of you. So hope to see you all there.
It's right across the street.
Hi, Deepa. Please introduce yourself and who's here with you and Chris.
Sure. I am Deepa Vadwar, immediate past chair of the chamber, and she's our board member.
Dr. Delvina Jurado, and I recently joined the board.
Great. Thank you for coming and speaking, Deepa and Chris. City Manager, can you please work to schedule a meeting with the Cerritos Chamber of Commerce and with the City of Cerritos Chamber of Commerce Working Group of the City Council?
Yes, we'll do. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. I ask my council colleagues for consensus to now hear item 9A.
Yes.
I'd like to hear item 9A now.
Oh, tonight, okay.
City Manager, is there a report on item 9A?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For item 9A, I'll defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's advisory boards. Current advisory boards include the Fine Arts and Historical Commission, Parks and Recreation, Planning and Property Preservation Commissions, and Community Safety and Let Freedom Ring committees with 40 total member positions. Applications for service are available on the city's website and in the office of the city clerk. It is now recommended the City Council open public comment and nominate individuals from the eligible pool of applicants to serve 2-year terms for open advisory board seats, subject to city charter, anti-nepotism law, and majority approval of the City Council, defer nominations to a future date, or provide alternate direction. For appointments made this evening, I will administer the oath of office to any appointees in attendance at the appropriate time. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you. Do any of the council members have any appointments they'd like to make? Councilmember Mark Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I
have one appointment to make this evening. At this time, I'm very honored and pleased to nominate for appointment to the City of Cerritos Let Freedom Ring Committee, Mr. Ethan Jones. Come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a few words about this young gentleman who is, I consider, a true son of Cerritos and a proud product of the ABC Unified School District. He has lived in the city for 35 years, and he is a product of the local schools, having attended Whitman Elementary, Whitney High School, and is a graduate of Garr High School, class of 1995. He went on to attend college in Virginia at Hampton University and then decided to come back home to be involved in the community. As Ethan characterizes himself, he is an attentive communicator, a compassionate and empathetic listener. He is also a certified professional fitness coach and a physical education teacher. When I asked him why he wants to serve on the committee for the city, he said that my objective is to leave a legacy of civic achievement for the city of Cerritos and to bring a positive perspective, literally viewing every situation optimistically. I really loved that about him, that he's really has an optimistic outlook on the hometown. He also said he aims to be an addition to the sum total, focusing on positive solutions. On a personal note, Ethan also shared that he considers himself a foodie. Perfect city to be one. He enjoys fishing and is also a jet ski enthusiast. In closing, I'd like to take this opportunity to give credit where credit is due. I was introduced to Mr. Jones by a longtime Cerritos resident, community leader, and a dear friend, Ms. Anna Titus. I'd like to acknowledge her. She's in the presence of the meeting tonight. And I just want to say thank you for helping me to identify the next generation of leaders of our great city of Cerritos. At this time, I'd like to submit that for consideration by the council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It was moved by myself. It was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Let's vote on the screen. The appointment of Mr. Ethan Jones.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Could you repeat that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Great. Councilmember Polito, can you please join Ethan Jones while the city clerk gives the oath of office?
Be honored.
And if you would, please raise your right hand and say "I" and state your name.
I, Ethan Jones,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. I do.
I do.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Bill's going to take some photos. Okay, can the city council please join Mr. Jones and Mr. Polito and Ms. Titus for a photo? I'll open this item for public comments. I will now open this item for public comments. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Okay, so does any other council members have any nominations for appointment this evening?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Can you explain your nomination?
Yes, I'd like to make an appointment to the Economic Development Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And you can make your appointment at this time to the Economic Development Commission with the understanding that it is subject to the City Council approving item 7D during this meeting.
Thank you.
So you can make your appointment to the Economic Development Commission at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make an appointment to our newly formed, or will be approving under 7D, our Economic Development Commission. The person that I am appointing has lived in the city of Cerritos since 1971. He attended ABC schools and graduated from Gar High School with honors. He went on to Cerritos College and studied history and political science at UCLA and Cal State Dominguez for his BA and undergraduate work. He received his teaching credentials from National University. He was the head men's and women's water polo coach at Santa Ana College, and then became the head coach for men and women's swimming at Santa Ana College. He went on to become the PE instructor and fitness specialist at Stowers Elementary here in Cerritos, and in 2024 was Teacher of the Year at Stowers. My nominee is also a proud sponsor of the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts and has a strong passion to help the city of Cerritos, which has given so much to him. To my colleagues, I wish to appoint Mr. Alfred Reyes, Jr.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Can we please, that was moved by myself, and
second.
that was seconded by Councilmember Mark Polito. Can we please vote on the screen?
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations, Al, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and City Clerk Nava. Can you please join Mr. Reyes for the oath of office?
Congratulations. And if you would, please say aye and state your name.
I, Alfred Reyes Jr.,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm 7A. That's on you. I didn't do that. Thank you.
Council Collins?
Okay, everybody look at Phil. You can see everybody, right?
Yeah. All right, 5, ready, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, not yet official,
I know,
but.
7A, 7A, 7A.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. We did too.
I would like to now please make my appointments. I would like to make my nominations to commissions and committees. So I'd like to please nominate. When I say your name, if you could please come up and join everybody in front of the, what do we call that? The backdrop. In front of the City of Cerritos logo backdrop. I'd like to nominate to the Community Safety Committee, Sebastian Gonzalez. And Karen Wilson. I'd like to nominate to the Let Freedom Ring Committee, Al Barlevy. I'd like to nominate to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Pat Patnaik. I'd like to nominate to the Property Preservation Commission, Celia Spitzer. Those are my nominations. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Hong. Could we please vote on the screen?
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so Madam City Clerk, can you please give the oath of office to my appointees?
If you would please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Bill, can you come up here and take a photo of me with my appointees? And could my Planning Commission Chair, Gloria Perlas Polito, please join us? Gloria, we're waiting for you.
It's good? Yeah. I look
Everything good?
Five for the city. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
City Council colleagues, will you join us?
That's great.
I got my star right there.
All right, everybody can be seen. Okay.
Okay, Phil?
I'm going to take 10 for the site. I'll be very quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One of them should be good. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, of course.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
How's
you.
Mateo? How's Mateo?
He's growing? Huh? He's growing?
Congratulations again. Shake your hand. Okay, thank you to all the city council appointees tonight. The city council appreciates your service to the city, past and present and future. Thank you, appointees. Did any other council members have any appointments for tonight? The next item is the consent calendar. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 7B2 for separate discussion and consideration.
So can I second?
I move to,
I make second?
yeah, second.
It doesn't have to be seconded.
No, it's
She
just a
already
motion.
removed it. Is that correct, City Attorney? Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Johnson removed item 7B2 from the consent calendar. Do the council members, does anybody else want to remove anything else from the consent calendar?
No, sir.
Do I have a motion for the consent calendar except for item 7B2?
I have a motion for that. I make the motion for that.
Second.
To remove
Second
the
by Sophie.
7B2.
Excuse me, Councilmember Hong?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just, I move to approve that. I second it. Do we need to have that?
No, we don't need
No,
a
no, no,
second.
you need to
Okay,
move that.
so that's it.
Did you want to
Thank you.
make a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for that.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second by Sophia.
Okay, it was moved by Councilmember Hong and seconded by Councilmember Say to approve the consent calendar except for item 7B2, which was removed by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
The electronic voting is active.
Did I push it again?
Councilmember Hong.
I moved already. There you go.
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mr. City Manager, do we have a report on item 7B2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 7B2 is a request for approval of budget amendments as outlined in the report. The first is for a proposed transfer in connection with emergency repair of water lines in the city. The second is a proposed new allocation related to international travel of a council member.
Do we have any questions from the City Council? Councilmember Say?
You're talking about the first one, right?
We're talking about item 7B2. The City Manager
Number
just
one?
gave a report on item 7B2.
No question, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Hong, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Polito?
No questions, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have a question. Can staff please provide an answer to this question? Is there sufficient funding in budget amendment number 2 to accommodate this adjustment?
If the City Council wishes to authorize the international travel as outlined in the report, there would be sufficient funds in the existing travel and meeting budget for the City Council to accommodate that travel. Should the City Council wish to do that, existing funds would be able to cover.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, this adjustment is reflected in the current budget of 2024 and does not impact the 2025-2026 financial program.
That is correct. This budget amendment is for the existing 2024-25 fiscal year.
Great, thank you. And also staff or probably the city attorney, if you can please explain how items are placed under consent and what the procedure is.
Yes, typically when we do budget amendments for the current fiscal year, they do typically go under the consent calendar unless they're pulled for a discussion item. That has been the case in the past. And in addition to that, a lot of the budget amendments that do come before you are in response to prior direction of the City Council. In this case, for number 2 that's listed for the travel and meeting budget, that is coming from the $50,000 current fiscal year budget that you have, which has plenty of funds still left for the remainder of the 3 weeks of this fiscal year to be spent. In addition to that, prior to this council meeting, the council did approve further exploratory communications and research regarding the sister city in the Philippines. And this is in furtherance of that direction from the prior council meeting. And this is simply in pursuant to a policy that requires all international travel to be approved by council beforehand. So although you did approve the sister city exploratory mission, as it were, this is coming back before you in order to get approval for the international travel using this current year's budget, not the next year's budget.
Thank you, City Attorney. And just to be clear, the placement of this item under consent was not treated any differently.
No.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I say something?
Do you have a question?
I just want to support that what's this background, this little bit trying to explain to the public, what is the international for council visit? I had studied before I came to tonight's meeting. I called Couple City regarding this international travel from the council members. Many people had done it before, many cities had done it before. Now, when I first see this item 7B2, and I said, what is going on there with the budget, additional budget? And I thank you so much, folks, this here, explain to me, is from the existing what we have right now. I do want people to understand that support the city builds sister city relationships abroad to promote the cultural exchange, economic ties, and mutual understanding between the communities. The visit is not just for travel, it's really culture exchange. And we do have people in Cerritos come from different country, different city. And I support that. At the beginning, I was not, but I do support now. I see the needs, and I also see the budget. We're under budget exchange, but fortunately, you folks tell me it was taken by our travel expense through the council, which is the $55,000, without cost any additional to our city cost. That I think we need to support that. We need to support is really talking about between the community to community, the city to city, country to country. There is a need for us to continue our city's mission, and so I support that. I would like to, even if we don't have enough, I like to take portions of mine. I will not travel the next two visit if there's a need, and I will support that. Take away from my travel expenses. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the city council?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
You have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I understand the relationship and the traveling and to combine, to do this kind of cultural exchange is very important. I just look at the budget because we are trying to balance our budget deficit. So I personally would just try to say whatever money we can save, we can save. That's very important to me. First of all, of course, this is part of the budget we already approved. I understand that. But I guess I'm more concerned about what is the benefits for the sister cities to our city of Cerritos. Because I've asked the city manager, we do have this kind of experience before, right? We have, previously, we have 3 other sister cities from different countries. So I don't know what happened with that and what kind of impact or benefits to city of Cerritos. This is something I want to know the purpose and what's the benefits to our city. Thank you.
Yeah, it is correct that in the past, the city has entered into sister city relationships with cities in other countries. Many of those efforts in the past were resident-driven community groups who led the charge, and the city council took action to make a formal sister city relationship. Those have ebbed and flowed over the years. To my knowledge, there's no current active activity associated with those established relationships, but those relationships have been declared and do remain and can be rekindled.
I think to further answer your question with regards to specific benefits on a sister city, other cities that have pursued this, and especially in light of the upcoming 2028 Olympics, there is going to be a potential for additional economic development and investment opportunities for those that are intertwined with sister city relationships, and especially within the demographic that Cerritos has with the diversity that it shares. It has been proven to improve those relationships as well as bolster the economic development and the investment from those other countries, and specifically those regions within those countries.
Well, thank you for the explanation, because I think we are at the very critical moments. A lot of people want to know why. Why are we spending the money? What is the purpose? And what is good for the city? And I guess I'm asking, I have the same question, and I'm thinking a lot of residents have the same thought as me. They want to know if the purpose and what is the purpose for that, and if that's beneficial to our city or not. Thank you for giving us the advice. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Are there any other questions from the council?
Yeah, I have another one. I want to.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not a question. I just made a comment. I want to let the public to know. When I went to China, I went to Taiwan, and there were a lot of things there are so advanced. There's something we always can. I always believe that there's always one area you can improve your house, and I think going out of the country to another place, you'll see something differently, and then you will bring it back to our city. They will make it better, or maybe we can improve some area that we don't see it. That's how I see it. To support international, I do know St. Gabriel, Downey, even local artisans has had it happen. They went to visit this country. The last one actually in Cerritos, back a couple years ago when Carrie Chan, councilwoman, was here, they proved that. I think probably our manager remember that they went to Japan and China to look the fast track what they have over there. compare what we have. They're way advanced than us. So it's always something that can bring it back. But I understand it's a budget constraint right now. We do have that. But however, we, like our attorney just said, that we only how many visits we can go out, about 2 or 3 times, right? There's a budget there. Of course, we don't want to spend whatever budget we allocate. We don't want to spend all. But if there is there, then why can we use it? We support that. And like I said again, I would take my portion to support this visit without causing our another expenditures. Thank you.
May I add on some?
Do you have a question?
I like to add on some comments to what
Okay,
the
'cause
statement.
we are going to be doing comments after the public comment, but you can make your comment now if you choose to.
Yes, please. Thank you. I just want to clarify. I do understand our previous, the trip that you were talking about, Carol Chan and Bruce Barrow, is not from city's budget. And secondly, also St. Gabriel, they didn't use city's budget. So just to let you know the information. Thank you.
Any other questions from the city council? Okay. I have a question. Isn't it correct, city manager, that the city council members do not have a portion of the city council travel and expense budget line item? It is a one line item for the entire city council. Isn't that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is correct. Earlier this year, the City Council took action to clarify that the $50,000 budget allocation is shared among the 5 council members, but not split evenly.
Okay.
So that is correct.
And this item that we're talking about, item 7B2, relating to the travel and meetings account, this is related to the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget, correct?
That is correct.
It is not related to the 25-26 fiscal year budget, which we will be hearing about later tonight in a later budget item, in a later agenda item, correct?
That is correct.
So isn't it correct that this $5,500 amount that is mentioned in this travel and meeting issue item on this agenda report, this is relating to, again, it's relating to the 24-25 budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for this travel and meeting line item for the entire city council in the 24-25 budget, it was budgeted for $50,000. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you tell me earlier this week that line item currently has showing over $30,000 left that's remaining that could be spent by the city council? Isn't that correct?
Yes, there is sufficient funds to cover this expenditure without an increase.
I thank you for explaining that. But didn't you tell me earlier this week that that line item currently has over $30,000 left to be spent by the city council for the 24-25 fiscal year? Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Okay, so even though this item was open for public comment earlier in the meeting during item 6, I welcome public comment again on this item again, item 7B2. So we will have public comment on item 7B2 again. And if you can please introduce yourself and thank you for coming here for public comment.
Thank you, first of all, for pulling out this item. My name is Mel Cortez. And thank you for clarifying where the money is coming from. So the $5,500 is coming out from the $50,000 that's already available. It's just a transfer for international travel, right? So I think I understand that. But my thing is the optics right now. 5,500 could be used to help clear the homeless encampment. 5,500 could be used to patch some of the potholes in the city, to trim some of the trees. So if I was in charge, if I find 5,500 I haven't used, I'll use it for the residents to trim trees, to work with some of the maintenance that was deferred for the residents. So the money was allocated for travel, I understand that. But it's the optics of the timing, because 5,500 could be used. We're talking about city hall closures, library closures. I know it's this year, but the timing from right now, later on we'll talk about some of the cuts for next year. But at the same time, we're talking about we have extra money that we haven't spent. Why can't we use that for some of the maintenance that needs to be done in the city? I love sister cities. I know that what I saw, one in Taiwan and one in Mexico. I'm not sure how accurate that is, the one in Mexico, because I keep seeing Loreto. That's a beautiful place, but I cannot find anything that the city actually is a sister city with Loreto, Mexico. So, but if it is, great. Community group, some of the cuts for next year look bad. The optics look bad for me, and I know for the residents, because on the same day that we're going to take 5,500 to go to an international travel, we're going to cut from the residents later on. And like I said, if I was in that position, I would say, you know, let's spend that money in that two or three streets that need maintenance. Those streets that are falling on cars. Anything else that the city needs. So the optics are bad. I know it'll be great to have a sister city in the Philippines. And also it would be great if the city follows through, because I know the other two sister cities. I had no idea. I've been to Loreto twice in the past 3 years. I would have visited, I would try to find any information to see if I could find anything. And also, I've seen other cities that have sister cities, and in the library or city hall, they have information about the sister cities. They have pictures. They have cultural exchanges where there's some information, the places they visit, pictures of the area. If I go to that city, Loreto, what places I could visit, where I could get information. So if that's going to happen, follow through. Don't just let it be a nice for 2-3 years, and in 10 years, no one has any idea what happened to our sister city in the Philippines, if it goes through. Because it's just a fact by doing it. Like I remember, I think 2012 when Taiwan, and it was a big deal. Things happened, and then everybody forgot about it. So this week, I know it'll be approved, but the optics, not just for me, but a lot of people I talk to, they feel like it's not the right timing. Maybe a few months from now, but the timing on the same day that we're going to cut, it looks bad. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, is there any other speakers who would like to speak at public comment on this item? Please come up and please say your name.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, friends. My name is Sam Desai, resident of Cerritos. Thank you for pulling this line item so we can talk. Mayor, I understand that we can talk about this issue during public speaking, but as you know, it takes more than 5 minutes per item. So next time when you feel that we are being ridiculous, please understand that universe gives us way to still communicate what we want with you, specifically on topics you don't want to accept or hear. So responsible leadership means calling out what this is: corruption. If you want to be seen as responsible council member, then call what this is: corruption. You mentioned 30,000 more being funneled. For what? Next. Maybe your committee members, council has commissioners, maybe sending them out for trainings, right? All those expenses. What does that do? Well, if you see overall, I don't see cultural exchange here. I don't see just economic development here, right? It's a political reward system, and it's wrapped into taxpayer money. Simple as that. You know, your playbook is very clear. You cut community events. You deflect criticism by calling residents sarcastic or uninformed, just not agreeing with them. And then you push a city sister agenda with no public input and plan what I call private trips for political MRs. I don't know why we would want to go to China, maybe get some sort of technology or spa treatment or cup suction treatment. I don't know. But why do it on taxpayer money? You know, it is a coordinated use or misuse of the funds and power. Now, this is a question of integrity. If you're truly committed to the people of Cerritos, then think more about them. By going outside the country and figuring out what they are doing, doesn't work. You do need to listen to us residents. We are giving you ideas for economic development and cultural diversity. How dare you think you need to go out of this country to get that? And to hide behind that excuse? Flip-flopping? Come on. That just doesn't work. And you know, for the residents also, we just don't hide behind silences, right? We speak up. And this is not about optics. This is about private trips one of the council member wants to take just because she feels that this is important. You know, this is a waste. And you are complicit, and you can think that your opinion, when it changes, is going to change our minds. It's not. It is exactly what it is. Waste of taxpayer money, cutting events, so you get to travel, and then promise other council members, maybe your committee members, maybe your commissioners, hey, you guys get to go out. That 30,000 is going to be gone, right? So this is not business as usual. It is calculated, deliberate, and in this case, unethical. So residents who still stayed, please keep on asking questions. Right now, we do have a council which has some serious challenges. They want to show up to the world that we are united, but a council which does not respect other viewpoints is not united. It's a sham. And you want to bring sister cities? Think that the residents are with you and they will feel that love, that cultural exchange. I don't know what Kool-Aid you guys have drank. But please reconsider, don't vote for this. If you have thought about it, reconsider it, because it's just not the optics. It's your arguments are extremely weak, doesn't serve any purpose, but your egos. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Please state your name.
First of all, congratulations to the new council. This is the first time I'm speaking after the new council was sworn in on March 26th. Thanks for acknowledging my email, requesting to pull out this item from the consent calendar, and thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for requesting that and initiating this discussion. I'm sure this is very helpful for those who are watching and who had a lot of questions, as Councilwoman Jennifer Hong correctly pointed out. So this is more than few individuals, right? This is almost like educating entire Cerritos voters who are watching or who will be watching the recorded session. And congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem for appointing to a commission which is not yet existing. Economic Development Commission.
You
Maybe-
heard what the explanation for that was,
No, I
right?
heard that.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure if you were here when I explained
No, no,
it.
I was
Thank
here.
you.
So, but again, right, there's a first time for everything. So I don't know whether it's the first time in Cerritos history that a council member made appointment to a commission.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you were in the room when I explained
Yeah, okay,
why
okay.
she can make the appointment.
Okay, I
Just
appreciate
wanted to make sure you understood
Yes.
why it was entirely allowable as confirmed by the city attorney.
I
Just
agree.
wanted to make sure you
No, no, I
heard.
agree. But there
Thank
are a
you.
lot of loopholes. I don't.
Please,
I don't want.
Give the speaker back some time because of the time I took away from him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So, I also was it's very interesting, right, how you justify some of these things, which is like Councilwoman Sophia said, okay, it's great to have council members visit other foreign countries. My first question is, why is it Philippines? Have you looked at Cerritos demographics? Go and look at it. There are other countries which are represented. What about India? What about Taiwan? What about Japan? What about Korea? Why Philippines special? You know what? Let us send all these council members to all these countries. I want to come with me. India, I will show you how big India is. 1.5 billion population. Culture. There's tremendous opportunity there. City manager, welcome to join. So when you apply something, it has to be, there is always, people have suspicion, questions. That is why you hear a lot of the noise. Why Philippines? Look at it. Olympics is coming, I agree. People will be coming from India, Mexico. Mexico, we already have a sister city. And city manager only told that it is not doing anything. Why? So is it going to join one of those sister cities which will become part of history? So that is why residents have valid questions. What are we doing with the past sister cities? Why are we making use of them? Don't you think that people from those countries are rich enough to come to Olympics in Los Angeles? See, when you make this kind of lame excuses, you should understand that, yes, you have the TV3 audience, and we don't have that. But be sensible, right? To answer, Councilwoman Sophia says, she keep on saying that I will use it from my pool. For your info, Councilwoman, the pool section is gone. There is no more individual pool. It was recently removed. Why? To accommodate this kind of request. Do you see that? Why they did that? It used to be 10,000 each. So what happened is that most council members in the past council, they hardly used those things. Only 1 or 2 council members wanted to go to all this conference and everything. It was not possible. They hit the 10,000 limit. There was some lot of heated argument in the last council on this. Couple of council members exceeded that limit. Now you know how they are all adding up. That is why now they removed it. Now they are saying that from the last budget, out of 50,000, 30,000 is remaining or whatever it is, there is enough money. So this is all kind of a plan. There's a plan here. You can see that if you look very carefully. So my request to you two councilwomen, Sophia Say and Jennifer Ong, is that pay attention. Read between lines. Okay? There's a lot going on here. If you want, call us. Because we are paying attention to each and everything. We are following everything. Don't listen to those 3 because they are trying to brainwash you. But we are here representing Cerritos residents, concerned residents, as a watchdog. We questioned the previous G3. We got a G3, magic number of 3. We questioned. Last council when Changwo, Naresh Solanki, and Bruce Barrows did things which we consider as anti-resident, we challenged them. That time, other side cried foul. We are here. We are not going anywhere. And we will keep challenging. Doesn't matter who are running the show as a group of three, because we are pro-resident and we will continue our work. And thank you again, once again, for pulling this item out of the thing and initiating a discussion. Good night.
Are there any other public comment? Please state your name. Thank you for coming to public comment.
Hi, Catherine Pasquale. I saw some of the chatter on social media about this agenda item, and I definitely had some questions. And but I think once we got the explanation that this is money that is already budgeted, this is part of this fiscal year that is ending in the next 3 weeks. The money is already there for it. I don't see why this should be controversial. I thought it was part of the upcoming budget where I know we're having to make a lot of cuts and things, but as part of the current year's budget that we already have set and that this money is already set aside for travel, I say that Mayor Pro Tem should go have a great time and represent our city well. So that's just my 2 cents. I don't need the whole 5 minutes. Thanks.
Did you give your name? Okay. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Any other public comment? Was there any written comments submitted on this, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 7B2. Copies of the comments submitted may be requested by to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. So seeing no other speakers on this item at public comment, I bring it back to the City Council. Do any of my council colleagues have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. The budget that we have right now for council travel expenses, I know how much we have. And I remember I voted for putting the pot so we all can share. I want the audience to understand, I'm willing to, the two coming conference that we are supposed to go, quite a bit of money, and I checked how much I spent already. So I understand very well, it's a big pot. But I say I would not go this too. To pay the respect to my mayor pro tem decision. I do have a question about why we have to go this time. I understand the budget constraint that we have right now. And I understand that sometimes people will say they have budget and you should not use all, you can say for the next year. I understand very well. These are two different things that we're talking here. I have a mayor pro tem has a goal that she feels she wants to fulfill, to accomplish. As far as myself, I respect that. I understand the budget constraint right now. We're all facing into it. There's a $10 for my house to spend, $1 for my toilet roll, $1 will go to my vegetables, another $1 I will allocate my money for different things. What I need to spend, I will spend. I know the public pressures on us very badly, say, this is the wrong time to have you people to go. But you look it back, what was the reason she's going to? There's a different purpose that in our life that you have to make the decision. And I need to respect the decision. And it's hard. It's hard the next day. I know the Facebook going to be yelling at me and say, hey, you just go by those other 3 people, vote whatever they vote for. No, it's not true. I'm willing to, even though I understand Mayor just mentioned about, this is a big pot, and I voted. I voted that. They didn't tell me I can't go to those places. They encouraged me to go. I say, oh, Lei, which is my council member. I want the audience to understand again. Every budget has different allocation too. You have a sidewalk fixing it, and we are using as much as we can. $5,500 spending on. I should vote for no right away because Mayor Pro Tem denied my request for the Alton Festival. That was a service to community services in there. 1,000 people who want to attending that meeting, attending that festival. Unfortunately, it was denial. In my heart, I was like, man, why are you doing this? But again, I respect my council decision, 4-1. Should I hate them? Should I revenge? No, I can't. We have to balance our budget. I understand that very well. And before I come tonight, my decision was no, let's hold it back. Then my decision say, where do I support my mayor pro tem if she has wishes to complete and bring it back to the city? The Wu-Bang Festival didn't cost anything, not even security. It was totally all from Janice Hong's support. Am I right? The Wu-Bang, the festival, was completely supporting by. Not completely, okay. So my questions here: should I vote support or should I vote for no? Should I use the $5,500 fixed roll, or should I have someone to go out, bring something to challenge us? Every country has their own area expert in other area. We need to humbly to look around this world, accept the others. Philippines has some area that you probably don't see it, that we're looking for to change in the future. I went to many places, I see different things, even Thailand, I went there, I said, boy, this country is so nice and clean. What do they have? How did it become like that? You might see, what are you going to bring, the country going to bring to us? I had a question that too. We're supporting a lot of people everywhere, which is foreigner people like I am from Taiwan. In the past, when my dad's alive, I worked hard in the restaurant. The money sent back home to support my dad, my family. I support it today really has a reason. They're all different back behind that. I respect my mayor, and I believe and trust her to make the decision. You blame on me, say, hey, that's not your money, that's not your budget. I'm not going to a conference coming up. I already talked to my manager already. That portion may not, it's a big pot for all of us, but I do not use it. And I believe my council member will come back and bring and share with me their experience over there. I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Councilmember Hong?
No more questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Polito? Councilmember Polito?
No questions, no comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Yes, I have comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Say, and Councilmember Hong for your questions as well. I'm really encouraged by the hard work and enthusiasm of this council. They want to learn more, and they have the courage to bring new ideas to our city. As for me, I want to boost our revenues through economic development, which means like through Ube Fest, Santa Sleigh Day at the CCPA, and even aggressive programming at the CCPA are just a few. I want to thank my council colleagues for your support as we move forward towards adopting a sister city in the Philippines. Cerritos is made up of 60% Asians, with the majority of them being Filipinos. And for the first time, we have an all-Asian city council, with 3 of us being of Filipino descent. That cannot be ignored. This is a unique moment in Cerritos, and we need to capture the many opportunities that can come from this, as it will open doors for us and our community. The Philippine Consulate, as well as many other media outlets, including the LA Times, recognizes and acknowledges this achievement. Next week, the Consulate General, Adelio Cruz of the Philippines, will be in Cerritos, as his office will be hosting a Philippine Independence Day celebration at the CCPA. He insisted that this reception be held in the Sierra Room. Of all the 88 cities in Los Angeles County, they chose Cerritos. And guess what? They paid rental fees. Rental fees, that means revenue for our city. We want Cerritos to be a place where other cities want to hold their special events. The Philippine Consulate, together with the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Tourism, embraces the relationship that I've formed with them. It did not come over a phone call or a virtual meeting. It takes time to foster partnerships. On this VIP tour, I'll be meeting with Philippine dignitaries and will be engaging in discussion to further promote a strong relationship between the Philippines and the city of Cerritos. I'll be visiting the cities of Lawag and Vigan. Both cities are increasingly popular tourism spots. What they are doing there as far as attracting visitors is what I want to bring here in Cerritos. Because we all know tourism brings economic development. Bringing more of the Filipino heritage and culture here through their native food and merchandise is a benefit to our community. Therefore, it is an honor for me to be invited on this VIP tour of the Philippines, to establish connections with my Philippine counterparts, and to look into trade and economic prospects for our city. As mentioned in our staff report, the proposed allocation has sufficient funding within the city's current fiscal year. We are following our city policy by agendizing this for council approval. And so just a little tidbit for those that don't know what ube is. Ube is a purple yam and is a distinctly Filipino ingredient used in Filipino dishes, but its mainstream appeal has gone viral. Non-Filipino cafes and bakeries now feature ube in their drinks and their desserts. This is boosting small business growth. That is the exact kind of thing that I hope to look for when I'm in the Philippines and to bring back to the city of Cerritos. Thank you, colleagues.
Councilmember Hong has a question.
I just want to know, thank you for explaining the purpose of your trip. I appreciate that. I have a quick question, the Ube Fest. How much is going to cost our city? Because unfortunately, I just overheard that Janice Han is not supporting this event.
So should I answer? Can I answer? Right. Ube Fest was first held at Kanabi Park and presented by the Office of Supervisor Han. The supervisor's office is no longer going to be participating as a presenter of the event. Therefore, and it's in my comments later on, the city of Cerritos is looking to be the presenter of this event. It's something that we should be proud of, to host an event in the city of Cerritos. And again, I'll explain it in my comments, the reasons for it. But yes, to answer your question, her office is not sponsoring it.
So it's all our cities.
I will explain all of that in my comments.
Thank you.
That's also another agenda item, not
That
for this
is
one.
also another agenda item that we have received in our agenda packet, and it is in the agenda report regarding the 25-26 budget, and it was presented to us, and it's we've been given that information. Are there any other questions or comments from my council colleagues? I just wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson. She's been, working very hard to represent our city of Cerritos since she got elected in 2022. And I have told her that what she's done to represent our city, to help our city and the residents and benefit the residents of Cerritos in her first 2 years, I'm impressed, because I didn't hit the ground running like she has in my first 2 years. Her learning curve has been fantastic. Her dedication to the job and representing and working hard for our city and the residents and the businesses and the employees for the last 2 years, it doesn't compare to any of my other council colleagues since I've been on the council in 2017. Job well done.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for working with the city manager and the city attorney to follow the procedure for international travel, which is expressly accounted for in our City of Cerritos policies. Our City of Cerritos policies expressly anticipates that the Cerritos council members may have international travel, and that's why there's a policy for it. And you're following the policy, and the city council has to consider and approve it in one of our meetings. So thank you for following the policy with the city manager and the city attorney. And it is part of the City of Cerritos travel expense reimbursement and ethics training policy, which expressly says the purpose of city council travel is the City of Cerritos views the attendance at conferences, meetings, events, and activities that advance city business and the training of city officials and city employees to be valuable and essential elements to ensuring the highest level of competency in the promotion of the city's interests. And that's exactly what you're doing. We're facing a future that we are budget constrained. We need to have economic development. The Cerritos residents told the city council, figure out ways to address the financial challenges of the city, because we are not going to approve Measure C. We are not going to approve Measure C, a sales tax measure that back in 2020 would have brought the city additional revenue of $11.4 million a year in 2020. The residents said, we will not approve Measure C. We will not approve getting that additional $11.4 million per year from sales taxes charged to visitors to the city who shop at the Cerritos Mall and Cerritos residents and the Auto Square. We don't want those visitors to our city to pay a higher sales tax. You, city council, have to figure out a way other than the Measure C, sales tax measure. So that's what this city council, the five of us, have been trying to do since we got together for our we sat here for our first city council meeting on March 27, 2025, because for the 5 years after Measure C failed in March of 2020, the city council wasn't doing anything to address the financial challenges of the city of Cerritos because Measure C failed. 5 years not used wisely. And Mayor Pro Tem Johnson is working hard with the city council to increase economic development of our city. And this travel, I've said it before, you know, it was bugging me a little bit to keep hearing about expense. During the discussion of this agenda item, because I have said before, and I will continue to say it, this item in our budget is an investment. It's an investment to increase revenues in our city. It is for economic development. The city council we cannot be in a bubble of Cerritos. We have to leave Cerritos build relationships outside of Cerritos. We have to build inter-city relationships, inter-county relationships, inter-city, interstate, international relationships. That's why the city of Cerritos and all the other cities across the country work hard to build relationships through a travel expense budget line item, just like the city of Cerritos has. And I'll just get to my point. And I've said this before, and it's just so funny how there's certain people who don't listen and don't understand that this is an investment. And please understand how this council and our city manager and the leadership of the city we're trying to deal with the financial constraints we're facing. It's an investment. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and I have visited Congress member Michelle Steele in Washington, D.C., and advocated for the city and asked her to please provide funding for the Del Amo Bridge project. And like we reported in the past, the city, as a result of the city council and the council members advocating for federal funding for the Del Amo Bridge project, we received from the federal government $5 million in federal funding for our Del Amo Bridge project. That's the return on investment that I'm talking about. This is not an expense like the operating expenses of the city of Cerritos. This is an investment. And we continue to advocate in Washington, D.C. with Congressmember Derek Tran. And we've received promising news that Congressmember Derek Tran, who represents Congressional District 45, which includes our city of Cerritos, that he is submitting with his list of federal funding requests for the upcoming fiscal year, he's submitting an additional $5 million of federal funding for the city of Cerritos. So just from one example of the city council, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson and myself going to Washington, D.C., and meeting in person with our Congress members in their office in Washington, D.C., we have received $5 million, and Congressmember Derek Tran is submitting for us to get another $5 million for the Del Amo Bridge project. 5 million plus 5 million is $10 million. And people want to talk about $5,000 being a waste when the goal is to benefit the residents of Cerritos. That $10 million has supported travel expense for the council member many times over. Also, I've gone to Sacramento with my Gateway City COG fellow electeds from the cities who are all along the Southeast Gateway line that's being proposed, running from downtown Los Angeles to the city of Cerritos. And we are advocating for the state of California to have in its budget $200 million for the Southeast Gateway line. And that money, that $200 million to the Southeast Gateway line, directly will benefit our city of Cerritos, because all those passengers up and down the Southeast Gateway line gives them an easier way of shopping and dining in Cerritos. But going back to the amount, we're advocating for $200 million in the state of California budget for the Southeast Gateway Line that the city of Cerritos is a part of. $200 million plus the $10 million for the Del Amo Bridge project. And we're complaining about $5,000 being an expense. It's not an expense, it's an investment. And it's my understanding that the way budgets work, what we don't spend in the 24-25 budget on these travel expenses for the city council, it doesn't carry over to the 25-26 budget. We're approving for the 25-26 budget the $50,000. We're not going to add on to that what we don't spend in the 24-25 budget. Just wanted to correct that. The Philippines government, the represented by the Philippines Consulate General of Los Angeles, has demonstrated that they want to build an economic relationship with the city of Cerritos. Ever since I was honored in 2022 with a visit by the Philippine Consul General Edgar Badajos of the Consulate General of the Philippines, visiting our city of Cerritos, visiting me and newly elected council member Linda Johnson. He wanted to celebrate the fact that the city of Cerritos elected in our 2022 election 2 Filipino Americans, 2 homegrown residents of the city of Cerritos. And he came here and we met with him at our sculpture garden and our civic center and then our library, and we went up to the Skyline room and we sat down with him and his staff, and they wanted to talk about having future events here, future events of the Philippine Consulate General in the city of Cerritos. And he put his money where his mouth is. And since we met with him those few years ago, they've had the Philippine Consulate General of Los Angeles has had one event here, and they're going to have their second event next week, June 16. And they paid for those events. They paid to have events in our city of Cerritos. The Philippines government paid to have events in our city of Cerritos. And I asked the city manager, what's the ballpark for the bill for the second event, since that's coming up next week. And he said that bill's going to be about $5,000. And this is going to be the second one of the 2 events. So it's reciprocal. It's mutual. And also, we're blessed that we have community partners that are happy and excited that the city of Cerritos is looking to build relations with the Philippines and considering a sister city relationship. For example, one of our great community partners is the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos, because they understand the economic power and the potential economic development of having their Filipino American Chamber of Commerce in Cerritos. That there is economic power in the Filipino business community in Cerritos. And also, we talked about Ube Fest. Ube Fest has chosen Cerritos to have multiple events in Cerritos. For example, over on the corner of Artesia and Carmenita. And they would have events over on the corner of Artesia and Carmenita over the last few years and they would bring visitors to Cerritos who would shop and dine at Ube Fest, but also shop and dine at the businesses on that corner. And Ube Fest introduces businesses to Cerritos, visitors to Cerritos. They introduce those visitors to our businesses and our restaurants. The Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos is doing that. The Philippine Consulate General is doing that, bringing hundreds of people to their events at our Sierra Room at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. And all those people who came to their first event, and all those hundreds of people that are going to come to their event next Saturday are going to be reminded that Cerritos is the city that the Philippine Consulate General has their events in. So I'm looking forward to the publicity that the city of Cerritos is going to get from Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, dignitary Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, Philippine American elected official visiting Philippines, and the publicity from that, and the press from that, and then potentially a sister city relationship. I'm looking forward to the economic development that's going to come from that. Tourists visiting the city of Cerritos, staying in our hotels so we can get transient occupancy tax from that. Shopping and dining in Cerritos, considering moving to Cerritos, buying homes in Cerritos, living in Cerritos, working in Cerritos, bringing their families to Cerritos. I believe that the economic windfall that's going to come from developing this relationship potentially into a sister city relationship, the investment of the money for this trip, the return on investment will be in the hundreds of percentages, if not thousands of percentages. I needed to talk about this. Thank you for listening. Any other comments from the council?
Mayor, can I say something? Make
Yes.
comment here? Thank you, sir. Once again, I want the public to hear what I say here. I, Sophia Tse, I'm here. You see my Asian face looking, but I'm here not represent as who I was before. I'm represent for city of Cerritos resident. Being here 40-something years in here, this is my place. This is my home. My two children also living in Cerritos. I don't have anything else. I'm here to serve. I have no baggage behind my back. I want people to hear that. I'm no different than you are. I'm here is a voice. I hate to see things by the pieces in here. Councilwoman Ms. Hong, I want to let you know, I want you to hear me very clearly. When I say Karen Chen to Japan, it's not come from me. I verify with the staff. They the one told me they were supported by them. I don't know what the history in the past. I don't care about what happened in the past. But this is what I got from the staff. And this is what I present here today. And I really feel this is things that we should not be like this. We should not against each other in here, not support each other. I'm not saying everything is right in here. No, I don't. No, I don't. There's always something that we can improve ourselves. I am here. I know the money is there for all of us in one pot. But I said it clearly to event, I'm not going. I'm not going because I want to support if my mayor pro tem think that's needed to go. That was the reason when I run for this position, not for anything else. Anything I say, I also verify with other people before I come. I talked to Atisha, one of the current mayor. I said, do you guys have this project for this? Yes, we do before. We had it before. And I understand this budget constraints here. I absolutely understand. If I don't know how to manage my money as a nurse and my husband's engineer, we raised 3 children living in Cerritos. They all live in Cerritos. One live in a better area than me, I guess, by the beach. But we taught them one thing, balance your budget. I'm very proud, honored here tonight. I want to tell everyone, 2 children buy the house in here, not just only one. Their age is under 40. Because we taught them how to manage the budget. Look the right thing and do the right thing and support if you can. I'm not here to against anyone. I'm here to work with the people, work by the people, the staff here. Even when we talk about deficit the last time. And I know to projecting what's going to be 2-something million. And I know very well. But my papers here, I respect my staff. But there's always changes. I wanted people to hear me. I am who I am here. I don't see my face different than others. When I went back to Taiwan and come back, I said, oh, I got to go back to my country now. I see this place my home now. It's my hometown, and I love it. I want to end of this. I don't want to didact back and forth each other's. All I want to just support my colleague if they think it's right. And I'm not no longer little kids anymore. I want to thank you, the staff, for staying here, listen to us, keep talking and talking. But I have to because I care about our city. And I'm here to serve you. I'm not here to harm to the people. Budget is a budget. Allocation is allocation. We might vote no, we might vote yes. But tomorrow, we still need to be back as a team. This is my 17 years serving as a school board. And I'm honored to be there, and I'm honored to be here today. And I'm going to honor to serve in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I make a
You're
comment?
welcome. Councilmember Hong?
Yes, I just want to say something. This is nothing emotional because we are all officially elected. We are serving the city, and we're trying to speak up for the resident. I do everything based on what's the best for the city, and I listen to the voice from the resident. I also check with the manager, right, about the budgeting, how we do it, and I also check what is the benefits to our city. That's what I'm concerned about, because once we have this approved, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna face in the future, are we gonna automatically approve all the international traveling? I really appreciate Linda Johnson's efforts for the city. I do see that. And I appreciate that she want to initiate this trip. That's why I also want to have this chance for her to let the resident know what is the purpose. But I think this is really nothing personal, and I think we don't have to get emotional about this. I think we should look at the things all very fairly, and everything is always budgeting and always considering what's the best for the city and what is the benefit for our city. This is what I stand for. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes,
Thank you very
Councilmember
much.
Say.
When you in the public insult the people what I said, I just got information about other area that when you say that was not paid, they pay them own. People just tell me, no, the people get paid first, and then the second time person they get paid. I'm not against you. I'm not upset. I'm just, yes, I may be emotionally to demonstrate to the public because I taught my kids, you have to stand for the right thing to say. However, when I made the statement, you totally opposite, but you don't have any statement to support that, that is not tolerable. And I want to let the public hear that. I will never let this allowed to bypass me. I think we all need to work together. And when other people make the comment, unless you have evidence proof it wasn't wrong, then public you can announce. But if you cannot make a proof, then public you should not ever say that to accuse others. Thank you, and that will be end report. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I don't know which part I don't have the support or evidence. I did check this with
You know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes,
I'm going to call point of order.
Yeah.
The point of order has been called.
No, I think I have a chance to defend myself, please.
Or call the question. I'd like to call the question.
The question has been called, City Attorney.
Currently, you're going to need a motion and approval.
May I have a motion to call the question?
What is your motion?
The motion, I think we end the close, conversation. The motion is to make a move, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem say.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson made the motion. What was your
Yeah,
motion?
I'm second.
To call the question
Yeah.
Thank you. Was
and
it?
discussion.
And it was
That's
seconded
it.
by
Sophia.
Sophia. Okay, put the vote up on the screen.
Okay.
The motion passes on a vote of 3-2.
Okay, the question has been called.
Nope. Move to approve. The end of the conversation.
I move to approve the staff recommendation of 7B2.
Second.
Motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
Okay, I ask for council consensus to move item 9B up.
So moved by Sophia.
I give concurrence.
Okay, city manager, is there a report on item 9B?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. For item 9B, I will defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you is the mayor's recommendations for appointments to internal ad hoc working groups and external boards, commissions, and committees, and for community member service during the 2025-26 mayoral term. The city has received a nomination from the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos, a general purpose business association, recommending Mr. Demaven Carino, a qualified private sector individual, to serve on the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board, representing the city of Cerritos. It is recommended the mayor present any additional nominations, after which the city council should receive public comment, then review, consider, and approve by majority action the mayor's nominations for service appointments, and direction to the city clerk to prepare and post an updated Fair Political Practices Commission agency report of public official appointments, if needed, and appointments brochure to the city's website, and to disseminate contact information to the respective external bodies and appointees. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have. And this will be the appropriate time for the mayor to present his nominations and/or any additional information.
Are there any questions from the City Council? Seeing no questions, let's open up for public comment. Is there any public comment? Would anybody like to speak at public comment on item 9B? Seeing no public comment, I bring it back to the City Council. Do any of the council members have any questions or comments? Okay, I'd like to make some mayoral appointments and nominations. So first, regarding the City Council internal ad hoc working groups. I would like for these to make these new appointments for Chamber of Commerce. It will be Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and Councilmember Say. And for Community Workforce Agreement, it will be Mayor Yokoyama and Councilmember Hong. Also, I'd like to turn to the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board. Give me the thing about them. So, for the Salico Workforce Development Board, the Southeast Los Angeles County Development Board, I have received a recommendation by the Philippine American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos of Demaven C. Carino to represent the city of Cerritos on the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board. Demaven Carino has been a proud resident of the city of Cerritos for over 20 years. Over the past 2 decades, he and his family have built strong roots in the community, raising children who attended local schools and took part in city programs that foster growth, diversity, and civic pride. His deep connection to Cerritos goes beyond residency. It reflects his ongoing commitment to service, leadership, and cultural representation. Demaven is a passionate entrepreneur and community advocate, best known as the founder of Pinoy Rising, an active lifestyle brand. Demaven is the co-founder of Adobers.net, a platform built to support and connect Filipino-American small businesses and their supporters through collaboration and community-driven projects. He also serves as the president of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos, that champions small business development, mentorship, and partnership. He also is on the board of the Coalition of Filipino-American Chambers of Commerce and serves as an advisor to the Filipino Cultural School. So, based on the recommendation of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Cerritos, I nominate Demaven Carino to represent the city of Cerritos on the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board.
Second.
It was moved by myself through my nomination. It was seconded by Councilmember Polito. Please vote on the screen.
The electronic voting is active.
Cindy is
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Carino. Can you please come up? Thank you for sticking it out with us tonight. And would you like to say anything, Mr. Carino, about your appointment by the Cerritos City Council to the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board?
I humbly thank the council, Mayor Yokoyama, for giving me this opportunity to serve and to be part of the committee. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to contribute and to the best of my ability and my knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could my council colleagues get ready to join us in a group photo? Okay, just a little bit of housekeeping on that. So regarding the appointment of Mr. Carino to the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board, I didn't specify that it's for the vacant position. Was that automatic from the appointment, or do we have to do anything to? Does the city council have to take any action? Because there's two positions with two different terms. One of them is vacant, one of them is not vacant. Do you want to, is the motion?
We'll make that notation. It is for that position.
I did not specify the exact position, but it was automatic that he would, of course, be appointed to the vacant position.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a 5-minute break at this time. have to be said. You don't have to read the agenda report. You all do a great job, but for this meeting, I'm going to just ask you, don't just read the agenda report. Let's just hit what you need to say, because this city council, we've done our homework and we've all read the agenda reports and we know what's in the agenda report. You just have to let the public know the verbal report, and you're going to give the verbal report, and you're going to let them know what they need to know to be transparent and inform the public. But we're going to make an effort together to get this meeting over with. Okay? So let's start the meeting, Robert. We are back. Item 8A.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8A, our first public hearing, relates to a housing development that fulfills the city's housing goals. A brief presentation will be given this evening by Senior Planner Jeremy Lowe. He does have a PowerPoint presentation with a few key slides to showcase the project. Following his presentation, he and members of the Community Development team and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The applicant, Clarkdale Estate Homes, is requesting approval of a residential development for 5 single-family residences. This is an aerial photo of the subject properties, which are currently vacant and undeveloped. They are zoned single-family residential, RS 6500. I would like to note that this site was identified as a suitable site for development of above moderate income housing in the city's housing element, and is identified as Site 1. In September 2020, the City Council previously approved a housing development, a similar housing development, which was never constructed, and therefore the applicant is now desiring to move forward with a similar development, however, with the inclusion of accessory dwelling units. This is the proposed site plan showing the 5 parcels, which will be developed with 2 different floor plans or 2 different models. And all the details for the floor plans are all included in the agenda report. Here are the proposed material and color boards. The proposed material and color boards are at the dais for the City Council to review. And then this is a perspective rendering facing northeast, showing all 5 of the new residences, looking up Clarkdale Avenue. And the proposed project before you this evening was considered by the Planning Commission on May 8th. That was a duly noticed public hearing. After discussion and finding that the project is categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, the Commission voted 5-0, recommending that the City Council approve the proposed project. As such, at this time, it is recommended that the City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the proposed project. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff is happy to answer any questions at this time. The project architect/contractor, as well as the applicant, is in the audience and may also answer questions at the council's pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Thank you, Kristen Aguila. Thank you, Amanda Acuna. Thank you, Jeremy Lowe. Do I have any questions from the City Council? Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lowe, Ms. Acuna, and Ms. Aguila for the presentation, the report. I have a question because I kind of have a little history regarding the site. I'm trying to remember if I was still on the school board or if I was on the city council. It's a little fuzzy. But I remember this subject area, and maybe it was a previous project that was presented, but there was interest in having the structures facing eastward towards Juarez. And I remember that there was a request to acquire land owned by the ABC Unified School District on the western edge of the field, the play field, in order to provide a internal street so that the housing units would be integrated into the existing neighborhood, as opposed to it being facing Clarkdale, facing west, where they would not be a part of, essentially not integrated into the existing neighborhood, but rather kind of a standalone neighborhood, residential neighborhood facing a back alley. So I'm wondering if there was any exploration of that possibility, especially since we understand that our sister agency, the ABC Unified School District, is right now contemplating closing that school site and that land being up in question. So I'm just kind of curious if either staff or the developer or anyone involved knew about that history, and if they explored those possibilities, and if they did, if there was no resolution to that. And I guess my question is that why we're here today, as it's presented, facing west to Clarkdale and not integrated into the neighborhood?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I can answer the question. I was actually involved at the time during those discussions with a previous property owner. I had several conversations with members of the school district staff who are still there today. And we had a long history on this project. It's been a long time coming. It is correct that years ago there were other configurations, other ideas for the property, residential. And at the time, there was a hope that the developer could acquire a portion of the school district property, the westernmost edge of the Juarez Elementary Field. At the time, the school district did not express interest in that transaction, and so with that, the development proceeded without that component. The most viable option is the configuration you have today, given access needs and site value and for the property to pencil from a development standpoint. 5 years ago, when this project first came before the City Council, that was the culmination of actually a couple of years of community outreach. I had actually the pleasure of working with the applicant and doing community meetings that were actually held at Juarez Elementary, where we invited members of the neighborhood to get their input on different options for the configuration of the site. The project that you have before you essentially takes into account the input that was provided by the neighborhood. There was an overwhelming interest in permanently closing that street that is on the southern edge of the property, and that action was taken. The street was officially closed in 2020. The parcels were created. So what you have now before you is the next step, which is to get the homes actually built with the added ADUs. So yeah, there was a lot of effort at the time to try to get more acquired and make it, as you said, integrated in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And so now what we have, and to achieve the city's housing element goals, is this project before you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I appreciate the clarification and bringing me up to date and to kind of confirm that my memory of history was as such. And I'm pleased to see that this long underdeveloped, underutilized parcel of land is before us now for consideration. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Are there any other questions from the City Council? Okay, seeing no questions from the City Council, let's open it up to public comment. Before we start with the public comment, given that this is a matter that came to us on a recommendation by the Cerritos Planning Commission, I would like to recognize we have in the audience Cerritos Planning Commission Chair Gloria Perlas Polito. Thank you for attending the meeting. Let's go to public comment. Catherine Pascual.
I would just like to give some positive feedback for moving forward with your housing element goals, but also like requirements and duties as a city in the state of California to add housing. I know that these are 2-story, 5-bedroom homes, but I do notice a couple of things that I think are really positive for the city of Cerritos and the way that many families nowadays like to live. I noticed that the ADUs on site are 3 bedrooms. To me, as someone who works with the schools, I think that's great. That means that you can rent to a family. You can let your adult child with their young kids live there. The other thing I noticed is that there is a full downstairs bedroom and bathroom in each 5-bedroom home. So again, if you need to move your aging parents in with you, I think that's great. I see this as each of these 5 properties as something somebody could buy and have multiple generations of family living there. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, in a great scenario for the school district, we could have 10 families with kids living in these homes, right? But realistically, I know sometimes it won't be 10 families with kids. Some of the properties will probably be used for multi-generational families to be there. But I mean, you could even, my mom has some friends right now, she just retired, who are building ADUs on their property, and her friends are moving into the ADUs and giving their kids with the grandkids the big house. And so like these properties just seem like something where that multi-generational lifestyle in our expensive state of California will work well. And so I just want to encourage you all to move forward on this, and thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Mrs. Pasquale. Is there any other public comment? Seeing no other public comment, I will bring it back to the city council.
Move to approve.
Second.
We had a motion by Councilmember Polito and a second by Councilmember Say. Before we vote, prior to the meeting, City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted for item AA by the deadline listed on the agenda and for inclusion in the official record. Requests for copies of the written comments submitted for this meeting can be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk.
So now I will close the public comment and the public hearing. We had a motion by Councilmember Polito and a second by Councilmember Say. We're voting on screen.
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations, Alan. Congratulations, Ashu. Thank you for staying late with us tonight. I ask for council consensus to now hear item 9C. Council.
Concur.
Okay, so we're going to hear item 9C. And City Manager, is there a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are just doing some shuffling of chairs.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, Mayor, members of the City Council, item 9C is a report to seek council approval to proceed with establishing a nonprofit relationship for the purposes of fundraising for the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. The item will be introduced by Theater Executive Director Jeff Tilke, and he and the consultant team will elaborate and be able to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you, as the City Manager just said, is an evaluation of the creation of a 501c3 nonprofit entity or relationship to increase fundraising opportunities at the city's world-class and entertainment center, Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Staff engaged 2 consulting firms on this project. With us tonight, we have Michelle Byerly of the Nonprofit Partnership and Susan DeLand of DeLand Consulting. With that, we would like to introduce Susan DeLand to briefly discuss this item. Susan?
Thank you, and thank all of you for your attention. So CCPA, as you know, is funded by the city, seasons sponsors, ticket sales, and event rentals. And while the city is technically a nonprofit, there are many organizations and individuals that cannot donate funds to a government entity by law. And this places a severe limitation on fundraising and extends the amount of investment the city makes in the CCPA. The performing arts donated income has averaged 5.17% over the last 10 years, and the SMU Data Arts Report says that in general, performing arts centers receive approximately 30% of their total income from contributions. For CCPA to be able to pursue this fundraising on this level and take less of a city subsidy, either the nonprofit organization would have to be established or it could enter a fiscal sponsorship. We've researched these two models, and you'll find a great deal of information about the nonprofit in the attached report. I'm not going to take the time to go through all of that, but I would like to say that a fiscal sponsorship it's a practice where certain established capacity-building nonprofit organizations extend their legal and tax-exempt status to a group. This arrangement typically involves a fee-based contractual relationship. It's common practice in the nonprofit sector, particularly in human service, environmental, and artistic endeavors. A nonprofit takes a while to establish, 1 to 2 years. Administrative costs are incurred before donations can be accepted, and there can be possible donor reluctance in the first few years after incorporating. In your report, you'll see more information about estimated startup costs and the cost of running a nonprofit and so forth. A fiscal sponsorship, it actually launches pretty quickly, 1 to 2 months. And as soon as it's launched and official, it can begin taking tax-exempt donations for the entity that it's sponsoring, which in this case, we're talking about CCPA. There are some upfront costs. They're fairly minor, from $0 to $500. The annual ongoing costs are a percentage of the funds raised, and that ranges from 5 to 15%, generally speaking. And the fiscal sponsor will provide the nonprofit the tax-exempt status, financial oversight, donation processing, insurance and legal compliance. The sponsor manages admin, legal, financial infrastructure, and it reduces the need for an operations staff. Some fiscal sponsors also may offer guidance workshops to position the group that they're sponsoring to a standalone nonprofit in the future if that's so desired. So CCPA is seeking the most effective plan to increase its ability to generate and receive donations and grants that will sustain its operations and programs. It's created a strong and respected reputation over the years as a prime venue for concerts, programs, and events, and this attracts substantive support from the community and beyond. So it's our recommendation that the Performing Arts Center form a partnership with a fiscal sponsor that will immediately begin accepting funds on behalf of CCPA. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our report, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Do my council colleagues have any questions? Sophia Say, Councilmember Say.
I have no question. Just make a comment, say this is a very good idea, and we need more money to help reduce the deficit of the CCPA, and people donate more and also tax write-off. I absolutely support this project. Thank you very much for coming forward.
Councilmember Hung, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. When people donate this, is there 100% tax write-off or there's a maximum amount?
Generally speaking, it's 100%. I mean, it depends on what the form of donation is. There's many different forms. If it's an event-based donation, then it would not be 100% more likely. There would be the expenses of that. Most of the donations that we're talking about in this study are outright sponsorships or individual donations, which would be 100%.
Thank you.
It wouldn't be any different than any other nonprofit entity.
right.
So it would
But,
just follow the general contribution rules.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Polito, any questions?
No question, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson? Thank you for this report. Jeff Tilkey, Drew, Paula Eagleman, and thank you for coming tonight and staying late with us, Michelle Byerly and Susan Delan. Thank you for educating us. So what I'm excited about is your presentation and sharing with us that implementing and establishing a nonprofit fundraising entity for the CCPA, according to the agenda report, would lead to an estimated increase in charitable contributions of approximately $100,000 in the first year. That's what I'm reading in the agenda report. That's the first year is our upcoming fiscal year 25-26, right?
Correct, sir.
And thank you, Jeff. And what I like seeing, I'm excited about what I see in the way the sentence ends, with the potential for significant growth in subsequent years. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, sir. As the report indicates, and as Ms. Deland articulated moments ago, this will provide us a pathway to engage with donors and sponsors in all different varieties and at all different values, including those who cannot currently donate to the city based upon perhaps their corporate restrictions. And what I mean by that is there may be the potential for corporate sponsorship, donations, grants that we don't have access to in our current donor capability. This would open up those channels of potential revenue over time, allow us to build relationships over time, and engage in donor development in a way that we have not been able to do previously. There's also a pathway here that we are looking at to engage a membership structure. That is to say, starting a membership program for the CCPA at various levels that would then effectively fund through donor development. The money would go into the fiscal sponsor nonprofit coffers, and we could use that funding over time to offset operational and programming expenses throughout the years. Donor development, and I'll defer this over to our consultants here in just a second. Donor development is really uncharted territory for us. We have a huge opportunity to really build the program from the ground up. Our current system is a very passive donor program. This will virtually unlock unlimited potential for the city and for the venue. And with that, if there's anything else you'd like to add, if I missed anything.
I would like to add to that something I didn't mention about the relationship with the fiscal sponsor. This actually increases CCPA's fundraising potential because the sponsor has their own donor pool. They have fundraising experience that they will lend in trainings, and they have a very large investment pool, larger than CCPA would have on its own. But I also wanted to stress that throughout all this, even though the fiscal sponsor is managing all of this and handling so much of it, they're set up in such a way that it's actually very behind the scenes. CCPA would still maintain its own identity and its mission to the public.
Thank you for explaining that, Ms. Deland. Let's open it up for public comment. Are there any other questions from the City Council? Let's open it up to public comment. Do I have any public comment? Seeing no public comment. Was there any written comment, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. No, we did not receive comments on this item.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the city council. Does the council have any comments? Does the city council have any comments?
I guess I have a question. I don't know if it's proper or but not. But I just thinking, this is a outside service, or what is the relationship? Does that cost the city any fees or whatever service fee or charge?
Yes, there is a fee, absolutely, and it ranges depending on the fiscal sponsor, depending on the type of money that's raised, and the entity. The industry standard, so to speak, ranges between 5 and 15% of the money that's raised. So that varies from year to year, depending. I mean, the percentage doesn't vary, but the amount varies year to year depending on the amount of money that's raised.
One thing
Which
I'll
is
add.
actually considerably less than it would cost to run a nonprofit, which I did include in the written report to give you a sense of that differential.
Thank you.
And part of the reason for that too is that they are using a lot of this is their own internal staff that they're using to manage things. They'll have their own financial people, they'll have their own admin people. They don't have to set up an entire staff.
And we probably don't have that connection, that well-connected connection. Yes, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the city council? My comment is, just wanted to thank Ms. Delan and Ms. Byerly for coming and presenting to us today. But another thing I want to say is I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, because she's been talking about this ever since she got on the city council. She's been trying to figure out how we can increase our donations and sponsorships of the CCPA through ideas like this presented in this agenda report. And you finally were able to make it happen with this city council. So congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, on your great idea. It's here before us. And so is there anything you wanted to say, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
It's been a long time coming. So I'm very excited to have this relationship with the fiscal sponsor and to start bringing in the dollars and money into the CCPA. Thank you so much for that report.
Did you want to say anything else?
Yes, and I want to be able to make that motion to move to approve staff report for the fundraiser. I'm so sorry, it's late. For the fundraising entity for the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts.
Second.
It was moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Say. Do we have a vote on the screen?
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Byerly and Ms. Delan. Item 8B, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 8B, the second public hearing item, is a report that's required for regulatory compliance in connection with our water utility. This report will be given by Alvin Papa, and following his presentation, he and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we have for your review and consideration the City of Cerritos 2025 Public Health Goals Report. As required under the Safe Drinking Water Act of 1996, staff has prepared the 2025 Public Health Goals Report, which evaluates drinking water quality for the past 3 years, that is from 2022 to 2024. This report identifies constituents detected in our drinking water that exceeded non-enforceable public health goals, otherwise known as PHGs, even though all levels remained well below the enforceable maximum contaminant levels, also known as MCLs. With the assistance of Stetson engineers, we assess the health risks, the best available treatment, also known as BAT technologies, and associated costs to reduce each constituent level to PHG levels. The estimated annual cost to achieve the pH goals collectively range from $2.9 million to roughly $22.7 million. This equates to roughly $182 to $1,450 per household. Given that the city's drinking water continues to meet all state and federal health standards, staff does not recommend additional treatment. Today, we ask the City Council to conduct a public hearing and direct staff to send confirmation to the State Waters Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, notifying them that the report has been completed and a public hearing has been held. The report will be kept on file with Public Works Department and will be available to the public upon request. That concludes my verbal report, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the City Council? Do any of my council colleagues have a question?
I have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Say.
Before moving to Cerritos, they say the water is very safe to drink. So this water that we're talking tonight, is it safe for everyone to drink?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, the water is safe to drink. So the public health goals are aspirational goals. So there are maximum contaminant levels that we need to meet to be able to safely serve the drinking water. Currently, we're well below that. What these public health goals are is they look at creating aspirational goals that lower that contaminant level to even lower. So I think the goal is approximately one chance, so 1 in a million chance, and that's giving long-term exposure over 70 years. So that's a very aspirational goal, but I think that the goal is to provide safe and affordable water. But to be able to meet those goals, it would be inordinately expensive to do that. And so with regards to your question, the public health goals we talk about, those are set very, very low, but we are below the current maximum contaminant levels to serve water in accordance with federal law and standards. So it is, yes, it is safe.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the City Council? Okay, we'll go to public comment. Do I have any public comment? I don't see any public comment. So I'll bring it back to the City Council. Are there any additional questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. It was moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the Mayor. Let's vote on the screen.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Alvin, for that report, and Chris Kubert, Jose Arroyo, Patrick McHugh, and Sophia Taylor for that report. Thank you. I think we are on item 9D. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 9D is the final budget study session prior to presenting the final budget for adoption at the next meeting. So for tonight's meeting, I'll defer to Mr. Drew Schneider, who will provide a brief overview of the materials presented. And following that, he and I and members of the team here will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to join you again tonight just for further discussions regarding our budget. I'll be very brief in my remarks. Based upon the direction we received from City Council in our previous meetings, City staff have gone back and sharpened their pencils and brought forth a menu of options for the City Council to consider tonight. Each of these items does come with some level of consequence. We also would like to reaffirm that these are one-time measures that we can move forward with, and we will need to re-examine in future years on how to address any potential future deficits. We do ask that as you review these items with us tonight, you give us clear direction on which of these items you wish to accept, and which of the items you wish to forego. With that, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Kemp, and our entire executive management team are here tonight to answer any questions you may have regarding the budget.
Okay. Are there any questions from the City Council?
If I may, Mayor, just want to note that there was an addendum provided that was emailed yesterday, and it's in your packets. It has a list of the potential changes with some additional notes as to prior actions taken by the City Council. So you can reference that. It's a two-sided one-sheet item that you can use to help guide discussion tonight.
Mayor, can I have?
Yes, so Councilmember Hong?
Yes, I just want to have more explanation about item 10, please.
Item what?
Item number 10.
Thank you.
UB Fest event, expenditure $50,000.
So for that, I'll begin by saying this was referenced at a prior City Council meeting. I'm going to defer to Annie Hilton, Director of Community Cultural Services, to elaborate on the dollar amount that's provided.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you, Councilwoman Hong, for the question. So Ube Fest was previously sponsored by Los Angeles County in partnership with a group of individuals who plan this type of event in cities across the country. And Los Angeles County provided a lot of equipment for them and use of Don Canabe Park. They also worked with the Philippine American Chamber of Commerce to organize the program. And the event entails lots of food vendors as well as people selling, artisans and things like that, selling their wares. And it's a food festival, and it's free to the participants. The vendors do charge for the food and goods that they sell. And the gentleman who organized the Ube Fest that was held in Cerritos just this spring, he indicated there were approximately 10,000 people who attended, and they really loved the location at Don Canabe Park. And as Los Angeles County is no longer participating as a supporter of the event, staff has researched the costs that would be involved. The county has offered to provide Don Canabe Park as a venue, once again, without charging a permit fee that normally would be charged. And in researching our costs to provide tents and tables and covers, that would cost the city approximately $50,000, and that also includes our staff time that would be involved. The organizers, they would take on all responsibility for basically recruiting all of the vendors that provide the food for sale and the arts and crafts for sale. And they also take care of all of the insurance, and they take care of the permitting from the health department. And the reason for the expense for the event is the vendors do prepare food on site, so that requires a whole other level of sanitary conditions and sinks and things like that. And so that does increase the equipment fees somewhat, but the organizers have presented this event in, again, many cities across the country, and it is intended to be a very family-friendly event. And they are very interested in bringing the event back to Don Canabe Park sometime in the spring, probably with a time frame of 10 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday. And they would definitely plan the event on a date other than when the city's spring fling and fireworks spectacular takes place, just because parking is always at a premium at that location. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to assist.
Thank you for the report. So my understanding is going to cost us, the city, $50,000, and that's including the cost and all the staff timing, right? All the costs included.
Yes, that is correct. That is what we are estimating for the cost for all of the equipment rentals that would be required to support the event, and also for the staff time to administer the event.
Thank you for verifying that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the City Council?
Can I have one question? Just a quick question. We were talking about your spending. Well, what about the revenue? Do you have an estimated revenue you can bring in? Because I remember that day was lots of people there. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so the organizer of the event stated that they the people that sold their wares, the grand total sales was approximately $78,000.
$78,000.
And that was revenue that went to the individuals. You know, there were coffee vendors and people selling dumplings and ube treats, and then also the people that were selling the materials that they made, you know, arts and crafts, t-shirts, things like that.
You mean to the vendor? The revenue go to the vendor?
To the vendor and the event organizer, they also took a profit from the event. And he indicated it was not significant because of so much time and effort in their own activities in lining up all of the food permits and also the insurance. But that was the grand total gross revenue generated from the food vendors and the artisans that were on site.
Any other questions, Councilmember Say?
No, thank you.
So seeing no other questions from the City Council, I will go to public comment. I have a speaker, Mel Cortez. Public comment, Mel Cortez. Is there any other public comment? Seeing no other public comment on item 9D. City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 3 written comments submitted for item 9D. Requests for copies of the written comments submitted can be made during regular business hours to the Office of the City Clerk.
I will close the public comment period, seeing that there are no additional public speakers. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding expenditure adjustments, number 13, 70th anniversary event funding, potential savings of $30,000. In the report, it mentions if this were to be cut, it would we would realize a $30,000 savings, and in that case, staff would explore alternative approaches to recognize the anniversary using existing resources or through partnerships in community support. Could the appropriate staff elaborate on those plans if we were to make this cut?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I'll defer again to Annie Hilton, Director of Community Cultural Services, to provide an overview.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councilmember Polito. The $30,000 was requested initially as an expansion of the budget in anticipation of the 70th anniversary. But given the budget constraints the city is facing, that is certainly an option to not include those funds in the budget. And our staff is extremely creative, and we would likely look at some of the other events that we would be putting on in programs and kind of theming them around the city's 70th anniversary. So some of the activities that we had initially hoped to conduct with that funding, for example, was a lunch and dance at the senior center, as the seniors absolutely love those activities. But we could look at other programs that are offered at that facility and simply adjust the theme for things so that it ties in with our anniversary. And then we can do that with also our programs at the library. We can have story times with an anniversary theme, and that doesn't cost the city anything extra. We could, we plan to have our teen contest for next year with, for art and writing, to have an anniversary theme. And once again, that's a program that we do every year, which is sponsored by the Friends of the Library, and we would just tie it in with the city's anniversary. And with our Spring Fling and Fireworks Spectacular, we're very fortunate that we have an amazing pyrotechnician who typically donates the fireworks show and drone show if the weather permits. And so that is one way that we also are able to save the city some money and put on a really special celebration for the city's anniversary.
Thank you. So to clarify, you mentioned that the 30,000 that is being proposed to be cut was actually an expansion of what was already budgeted. How much will remain?
So we would still have for our spring fling, I believe we budget about 25 to 30,000 for that event. And or perhaps even slightly less. And in our other operational areas, we did not have any funding otherwise allocated, but every year the city does, of course, present the Spring Fling and Fireworks Spectacular. So that money is still in the budget. This was an augmentation. Being that it is the 70th anniversary, it's a more significant milestone. But we are also looking forward to the city's 75th anniversary. So that also presents an opportunity to look ahead and do something really special for that milestone for the city.
Okay. I appreciate you adding that in there about, the forthcoming 75th. My memory is that I think the 50th was like a pretty big one. I was around for the 60th, and it was not as significant. On the 50th one, I believe there was a city parade down Bloomfield. Perhaps this isn't the time, since we're budget constrained, to do something on that scale, and with the 75th coming, perhaps we could plan for that accordingly, because that's a big milestone. Okay, well, I appreciate the clarification, and I'm glad that there will be some level of funding to celebrate the 70th if we do end up sustaining this $30,000 cut. And also, I appreciate all of staff's creative energies to make the most of that reduced budget. So, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I have one more questions.
Okay, Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much. Back to the Uberfest again. The vendor that we have at that time, most is from the local business people or outside?
There were certainly some Cerritos vendors there. Seven Syllables Coffee, I recall, was on site, and they are based in Cerritos. And so it was a combination of vendors based in Cerritos, but also from the wider region.
Yeah, because I do want to support our local business people. It's a $50,000. I'm looking for others. Some others like 25,000. Is there any way we can cut some from there when it's possible?
The costs for this event, as I mentioned, because they do prepare food on site, it is a more elaborate setup. So, for example, the Spring Fling, the city's event, there are food trucks, and they have a very limited sort of menu of what they can prepare, and then it's a totally different type of permit that's required, and it's all self-contained. But at the Ube Fest, for example, the coffee house again, they are preparing fresh coffee on site and the special espresso drinks. And so that requires a multi-sink setup from the health department, mandates that. And so we would have those expenses of the special sinks, a carnival frame tent, a generator is needed as well. And so the rental costs, by and large, all these expenses are rental fees. And our staff did some research, and they have really good connections in terms of party rentals. So we feel like these are competitive prices. However, because of the scope and scale of the event and the type of equipment that is required to present it correctly, it does add up to about $50,000. And the staff expense is about $4,500. The rest is all the equipment rental.
Is there a need to have the can brew coffee there? Can we cut off some of the have to cook at the side? Any possible?
I think
I'm
that
just
would
trying to cut the cost.
certainly. I understand the concern about how to sort of economize but still have a nice event. I think the nature of this event and the attraction is the fresh food that is prepared. And so the restaurants that they had participating and the people that were making ube treats, it is very much geared toward the on-site preparation of food, so everything is very fresh. And so it is not really geared toward the food truck configuration that we've used for some of the other cities' events, like the National Night Out and the Spring Fling.
We pay for the insurance, health insurance, if anything happened to the customer?
So the insurance, that would all be handled by the gentleman who organizes these events across the country. That would be his responsibility, would be to ensure that every single vendor has the proper insurance coverage.
Oh, so they have their own. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
and also the permits that are required.
Okay, thanks. I have another concern about one of the things we're talking about, the GIS. GIS. I know it's not really in here.
which
but I just
number?
have a question. The GIS is not really in here, but it's coming from this budget book.
Okay.
Okay. Does this GIS services available to others? Which you mean, does it also cover the school district? It seems very good one. Geographic information services.
Yes, the GIS operation costs support city operations. So GIS staff and any consultants would support, for example, the city election, our planning department, public works, creating maps. It's for city use. So not the school district. It's
Not the
for
district.
city purposes.
I wish they have that. One more thing is this is the senior services. Senior services is in the budget too. You know, I look at the 2023 too. I mean, we're trying to cut as much we can, but however, I'm still concerned about senior services in there. 2023 to 2024, you actually spending is like 6,400, and 2 years later it's on 70,000. Do we have enough for the senior services in there? Because we do know the city, we have a lot of senior citizens here now. Do you have enough budget for that, Kelsey? I mean, from the 6,400 to 7056.
Thank you for the question. Could you be a little bit more clear, please?
Under your senior services code number 422,
Right?
page 186,
Okay, 1 second, please.
the activity community commentary. I'm just concerned about senior services.
Thank you. Councilwoman Say, when you say 64,000, are you talking about
The actual,
are you talking about community programs?
yes,
Okay.
altogether here. Oh, that's volunteer hours totally. Do we have enough?
Oh, so the community programs, if you're looking on page 187, 422-63411, that's community programs. So in that is all of the different agencies that I reported on at the last budget. In addition, in that category, we have, for example, city-sponsored events like the Rabies Clinic. We have Red Ribbon Week. So it is budgeted to be specific to what the agencies are requesting, which the city council would approve that funding for them. And then, like I said, some community service programs that the city sponsors, like the Rabies Clinic and Red Ribbon Week and those kinds of things. So it is enough funding as long as the city council approves that amount.
The senior services? Okay. The last piece is about that library closure every other week and weekly. My also concern during the summertime, the school is off. Do we have any study has shown there's a lot of demand during those times or not really that much demand? Item number 8A and 8B.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Say. During the summertime, we do definitely have a fair number of visitors at the Cerritos Library. We put on a very robust summer reading program, and connected to that, we offer all kinds of programming. And so, for example, today we had an animal show. So it was very well attended.
I missed that.
Oh, and a lot of families were upstairs in our Skyline room to enjoy that. And then we also put on programs like we will have children's authors coming to speak, and jugglers and magicians. And so because of this really nice programming that goes on, it draws in a lot of families. And then we do have, of course, students that read for pleasure. And then there are students that also are still doing their studies during the summertime. And then we have others of all ages that use the library regularly, whether it's for research or for reading for education or for leisure reading.
So the demand the same.
Yes, we just find that the hours are a little different. We are busier during the school year in the afternoon. During the summertime, we are a little, it's kind of throughout the day and certainly in the morning when we have some of our program activities going on. But I will say we are busier during the school year, especially when the high school lets
I know.
out. However, during the summer, we do have very nice attendance, and you do see people that, they have family visitors in town, and they bring their families into the library, during the week or on the weekend.
Thank you. That would be my last question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Hong, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Polito, do you have any additional questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any additional questions or comments?
I just have comments.
Okay, let's hear your comments.
Okay, so to my council colleagues, I know some of you may find it or question some of my requests for budget reductions or reduction in events. So if you could just indulge me for a minute as I explain, and to the residents as well. So, this has been quite a budget process. No one likes change. No one likes closures or cuts or removal of events that we've had in the past. I realize this is unsettling for many of our residents. But we have a strategic plan. It's what guides this council. Goal number 4 of that strategic plan is to strengthen economic development. And one of the reasons why we want to strengthen economic development is so that we can foster business partnerships. So one of the first things this council did was reestablish the Economic Development Commission, an advisory board to the council that will identify business needs and economic development opportunities and resources. Economic development was such a priority for this council that the city just hired Kiana Louie, the new economic development manager, and I look forward to working with her as we increase business opportunities in our city. Next, we are reimagining some of our community events so that they are aligned to bring in economic development. In the past, the Santa Float would traverse through the neighborhoods only to be seen by residents. We're moving to a different model where we now are reimagining it to a Santa Sleigh Day at the CCPA. This will be a daytime event that will draw hundreds of people into the city and into the CCPA. These are folks that will end up shopping and dining in Cerritos as opposed to a float going through the neighborhoods at night. So much is said about the CCPA, so why not bring people to the CCPA? Maybe they will even end up buying tickets to a show. This would be a better way to make use of the Santa Sleigh as it will highlight our Performing Arts Center. We're also reimagining our Autumn Moon Festival. But let's be real, we can only move so fast. So just be patient as we try to reimagine that. We haven't come to a solution yet. But that event will also be transformed. So it optimizes the best day, time, and location so that we can draw visitors to Cerritos. And again, with the goal to have them shop and dine here. I ask that the community please be patient. Staff has been working hard as we reimagine this event. Much is also being said about Ube Fest. Last year, LA County sponsored this as it was a county event. Thanks to my council colleagues who also saw the positive impact of owning this event, Cerritos could now be the host of Ube Fest. As I visit other states, I always check their community calendars for upcoming events and festivals. There's so many. Lavender Festival in Texas, Crawfish Festival in New Orleans, so why not Ube Fest in Cerritos? This is a signature event that would be unique only to the city of Cerritos. And wouldn't that be awesome if we owned it? We would get the credit, not the county. And just like the other events I've talked about, this is a day event that will bring thousands of people into Cerritos. Those are people, again, that will shop and dine in our city and maybe even stay at our hotel, because at the last Newbie Fest, we had 50,000 people, some as far as San Diego. Last, economic development needs to be fostered not just locally, but internationally. And I realized that residents had concerns about my travel to the Philippines. Relationships are not forged by a phone call or a Zoom meeting. If our city is to be taken seriously, then we need to develop meaningful partnerships in international relations. So some of these changes come at a cost. I realize that. Reimagining or the addition of these events was not meant to save a whole lot of money. We just have to look at the bigger picture of what it will bring to our city in the long run. Much like what we have done with marketing at the CCPA. Yes, it could have been done in-house, but we did it out with a contractor because we want bigger and better. So aside from economic development, our city needs to start looking at best practices. I'm aware residents have concerns with revenue and expenditure adjustments that are outlined in the agenda report and how these cuts and recovery costs may affect you and your neighbors. I want to assure everyone that we are not just cutting and raising fees just for the sake of trimming the budget. What we're trying to do is place focus on implementing best practices, such as moving away from city subsidized water and sewer rates. This is not best practice. When cities subsidize enterprise rates, this causes fiscal imbalances. A more equitable approach is to charge the true cost of services. We are evaluating our non-enterprise rates to be adjusted to align with cost of service, which are our facility rentals, recreation classes, permits, etc. This is best practice. It will ensure that the city rates are equitable and aligned with the cost of service. And we need to recover credit card processing fees. We as a city need to recover these fees and cannot continue to absorb it as it is not best practice. These fees add up, and best practice would be to recover the fees. Residents, please know that certain transactions can still be made by ACH payments. So these are just a few of the recommended adjustments that are detailed in our staff report. As much as we do not want to make these adjustments, it would be the best practice to implement them to ensure fiscal stability for the future of our city. With all these changes and resident concerns of cuts being made and increases in expenses, I have not heard anyone talk about that for the very first time ever, the mayor has declared that the state of the city will be free to every attendee. Our mayor is focused on civic engagement. Any resident or stakeholder should be able to attend the state of the city and not have to worry about paying for a ticket. And thanks to the hard work of our city manager, he has been able to get sponsors to subsidize the cost of this free event. So I urge our residents to attend the State of the City on June 24th so you can hear firsthand about all the successes and even the challenges that our city faces. And again, I want to thank the mayor for extending this opportunity for anyone to attend this free event. I realize that many things are changing and changing fast. I realize residents do not like change. No one does, but we can no longer be stagnant. We need best practices that are sustainable, and our past practices are no longer feasible. Cerritos needs to move into the future. I want to thank our city manager, our executive team, staff for working hard on this budget process. This council has been moving expeditiously since March 27, and staff has been supportive in addressing this council's priorities and goals as outlined in our strategic plan. And to my colleagues, I am grateful for the collaborative work we have done. We may not agree on everything, but it is refreshing to work with a council that is respectful, visionary, and as Mark says, aspirational. So thank you. Thank you. And what's appropriate, I have motions to make.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, thank you to my council colleagues. Thank you to Drew, Snyder, and Peter Kemp for your hard work on presenting to the City Council over these budget study sessions the City of Cerritos proposed budget for 25-26 fiscal year. What I am happy to see today is an agenda report that addresses the concerns of the City Council about telling our residents we just have to accept a budget deficit of $2.9 million. That was presented to us 2 meetings ago. I think it was 2 meetings ago. And first, what I want to assure the residents is that the Cerritos City Council and myself, we continue to prioritize public safety, of having a safe city, of doing what we can to proactively have a safe city. A city that's safe for our residents, our families, our students, visitors to our city. We know that our residents they demand a safe city. And that's why I want to assure the residents, despite the budget constraints that we are facing today, this City Council is in the 25-26 proposed budget providing for full funding of public safety. The 25-26 budget continues to provide funding of our Cerritos Sheriff Station, led by Captain Drew Strong. Thank you, Captain Strong. The City Council will continue to support you with full funding for the 25-26 fiscal year. We will continue to fund our school crossing guards. We will continue to fund automatic license plate readers. We just got an update from the city manager that phase 2 is in the works. Phase 3 is coming. We continue to fund Sky Night, our deputies' eyes in the sky that provide support for our deputies on the ground. This City Council has added to the budget of 25-26 more community safety officers. We're continuing to fund our Volunteers on Patrol program. We're continuing to fund our Neighborhood Watch program. Thank you to our residents who are providing volunteerism and altruism in participating in our Neighborhood Watch program and our Volunteers on Patrol program. And we continue to fully fund, just like everything else I just listed, our Community Safety Services Office. So this City Council has heard the residents, and we are fully funding public safety in this budget. However, we are budget constrained because in 2020, Measure C did not pass. And it's been 5 years, we've been dealing with 5 years of Measure C failing. 5 years of Measure C failing, a measure that was supported by City Manager Art Galucci and 4 of the City Council members, looking into the future, identifying the need for that additional revenue that would have come from additional sales tax revenue to provide funding for the critical programs and services that our residents would like to have in our city, what they've been used to having in our city, including the full funding of public safety. Measure C failed. It was projected to bring in $11.4 million just in the 2020-21 fiscal year. And that number would have grown over the years, just like our sales tax, our taxable sales, and therefore our sales tax revenue to our city would have grown over the last 5 years. So it would have been well over $60 million in additional sales tax revenue we would have received through today if Measure C had failed. So we needed to react to that 5 years ago. We didn't. We have to react to it now before things get even more challenging in this financial world that the city of Cerritos is a part of. So that's why the Cerritos City Council needs to respond to the residents who told us to figure this out in 2020. They told us to figure out managing the city of Cerritos to make policy for the city of Cerritos. We were elected by the residents. The 5 of us were elected by the residents. They asked us, by electing us as council members, to figure out how to provide direction to the city manager, provide policy direction to the city manager for our city going forward, including through our budget, without the benefit of Measure C, which would have through today provided well over $60 million. And we've been deferring maintenance. We've been leaving positions vacant in the city. City positions have remained vacant. We've been deferring maintenance to hide the fact that the city needed to make some changes in our priorities and in our budgets. And this city council is going to step up and do what needs to be done for the benefit of our city and our residents, because we can't keep being understaffed. We can't keep having vacancies, and we can't keep deferring maintenance. We need to take care of our infrastructure. We need to take care of our streets, our trees, our sidewalks, and our parks and curbs. We need to take care of our infrastructure. We need to keep this a safe city, and those are my priorities. So luxuries, we have to reconsider luxuries. Events, we have to reconsider events. We have to reconsider things and make some hard decisions because we have budget constraints that have been shared to us, been informed to us by the city manager and his staff, and Drew and Peter, the experts on our finances, on our budget. So that's what we're here to do today. We're here to make decisions because the residents elected us to make the decisions we need to reduce our $2.9 million budget deficit, that's for the 25-26 fiscal year, but the budget constraints are also going to affect future years, and those same budget constraints are going to affect future years. They're going to have budget deficits in those future years. That's why we have to take care of things today, because it's unfair to the future, to the residents in the future, and the families, our Cerritos families in the future, that we pretend like we're not having these budget constraints. We pretend like things are just going to get better if we just keep things exactly the same. We have to make change. And one more thing I just want to say is it's interesting to me that, we're concerned about, dollar amounts like $5,000 when I didn't see those same residents, those same people speaking in public comment complaining about the $100,000 we're wasting every city council election. Every city council election, we're wasting $100,000 for a standalone city council election instead of having a consolidated city council election. And Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and I were against the standalone city council election. We were outvoted by the previous majority. So now we're wasting $100,000 every standalone election. And I'm interested on why residents are upset about a $5,000 economic development trip, a trip to build money, an investment in future economic development to bring back money. How come people aren't upset about the waste, the unnecessary waste of $100,000 every Cerritos City Council standalone election? So, do I have any other comments or motions from my council colleagues?
I have motions,
Okay.
and maybe to help with this process, I'd like to take up each motion individually to give an opportunity for my colleagues to vote. It's going to be kind of lengthy, but I think it'll also help the city clerk. Here we go. We'll start. I move that we approve the process of a credit card processing fee recovery.
Second.
So your motion is to approve revenue adjustment number 1.
Correct. Yes. If we could look at Exhibit 1, I'll be going down the consolidated modifications list and identify.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, you made a motion to approve revenue adjustment number 1.
Yes.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Okay. It was moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Polito. Let's vote on the screen.
The electronic voting is active.
We did.
Could somebody please help the city council? There's not a vote.
We
There's
may
not ability
also
to vote.
call for a vote or roll call if you prefer.
No, because I want to do this voting for the multiple motions we're going to. I don't want to unnecessarily do a roll call.
We're good now.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. I move that we approve the council consensus request made on May 22, 2025 to begin the process to make adjustments to our water and sewer rates.
So your motion is to approve revenue adjustments 2 and 3?
Yes.
Second?
The motion passes on a vote of 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. I move that we approve to begin the process on the study of the non-enterprise rates.
Second.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. And I move that we approve that the city hosts Ube Fest as an annual event, but with a budget of 30,000. Not 50,000. Not 50, 30,000. I'm going to reduce it to 30,000 and leave it up to the remainder of the cost to be absorbed by the organizers.
Second. Was moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Polito, to approve expenditure adjustment item number 10 at an amount of 30,000.
The motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. I move that we incorporate the reduced expenses from the Festival of Friendship and the Santa's Holiday Island in the budget. I just want to remind our residents that these events are being reimagined and will fall into another event on the budget.
Okay, so what numbers?
So that would be numbers
14C and D.
14C and D.
Second. I second.
Okay. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem.
C and D.
Mayor Pro Tem motion, seconded by Councilmember Hong. Expenditure adjustment 14C and 14D.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Okay, and I also move that we incorporate the Santa Sleigh Day event into the budget. That's 14F.
Second.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
And I move that we hold off on 14E until staff receives further direction from council at our next meeting.
Second.
Your motion is
To hold off.
to hold off until our next meeting,
Yes.
June 26th meeting?
Yeah. Am I still able to make?
The City Council can make any changes up until the moment of budget adoption, but to the extent any direction can be given tonight, we can be better prepared to provide that information ahead of time. But certainly, prior to adoption of the budget resolution, any final adjustments can be made at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I second it.
So this is a motion to table
14E.
expenditure adjustment 14E to the next meeting, June
Correct.
26th.
Yes.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Those are all the motions I have to make right now. Thank you.
Do my council colleagues have any other motions to make? I make a motion to approve expenditure adjustment 8B.
Second.
It was moved by the mayor, seconded by the mayor pro tem.
The motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
I make a motion regarding expenditure adjustment number 9 to not fund any new, to not fund a brand new community group during these budget constrained times. Quilts of Valor. It was moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Say to not fund Quilts of Valor.
I'd like to move seven,
Hold
number
on.
seven.
Hold on.
Oh, well,
We need to finish the voting.
sorry. Seven?
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Yeah, you had a motion, Councilmember Say?
Number seven, City Hall closure on Fridays. The expenditures on, we saved 36,000. Number seven.
Seeing no second, the motion dies. Are there any other motions that my council colleagues would like to make? I make a motion to approve expenditure adjustment number 12.
Second.
I believe the electronic voting is active. And the motion passes on a vote of 4-0 with one abstention.
I make a motion to approve expenditure adjustment number 16.
Second.
It was moved by myself and seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem.
And the electronic voting is active. The motion passes on a vote of 4-0 with one abstention.
Regarding item 11, deferred IT maintenance and projects, I do not want to continue the past practice of the previous city council majority of deferring maintenance. I'm not happy that our residents of Cerritos have to deal with the deferred maintenance of our infrastructure. That's been going on the past 5 years. And that's why I want to be consistent with that, and I don't want to defer IT maintenance and projects that need to be done, that need to be done for the benefit of our Cerritos residents. What I want to understand, if you could please explain to the city council, is which of these, for this category of deferred IT maintenance and projects that's showing up as $392,000, which of this is, how much of this is really IT maintenance, and which of it is things that are not necessary for the smooth running of our city? Are there projects that are not critical, not important to the future of our city? For example, I understand that this category of deferred IT maintenance and projects might include digitizing documents. So are any of these, for this category of 392,000, are there things in here that we really are calling maintenance and we're deferring it? Or are some of these things that are on a wish list of things we would like to do but we don't really need to do to run the city?
So that line item actually is composed of multiple initiatives and that are generated through the IT division. What I'd like to do is defer to Mr. Drew Schneider to elaborate on what's entailed in that total.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. There are about 13 different projects within this list, ranging from replacement of audio-video equipment, including televisions at the senior center, all the way down to the document digitization, as the mayor mentioned. Within that, there's about $179,000 worth of projects that are truly projects in nature versus maintenance items that could be deferred to a future year. Document digitization is an important initiative. It is just not something that needs to be is not a timely initiative. We do have a lot of paper in the building that we'd like to move into our laser-free system. And then there's a handful of smaller projects, including this, that we could do without in a budget crunch. I can go into more detail if desired.
Please go into more detail.
So this includes...
including which of these items are going to be more expensive in the future if they were deferred?
So let me touch upon that piece first. It is difficult for us to forecast cost of software and equipment right now due to the ongoing tariff discussions. So it is a little bit challenging for us to predict what the cost will be even a month from now, much less a year from now. So I want to be mindful of that answer. We do have some network software in here that's about $25,000 that our IT manager has advised we could consolidate with other systems. There's another $15,000 in audio-video support. There is $10,000 in low voltage wiring that we may be able to do in-house. There's $10,000 of vehicle tracking that we could delay until a future year and push that project back. There's $39,000 video conferencing capabilities that could be pushed back. And as the mayor mentioned, $80,000 for document digitization that could be addressed at a later date.
What is the amount of the digitizing of documents?
That cost is predicted at about $80,000. There's currently budgeted $80,000, which includes both equipment and staff time from a temporary service to come in and assist us with the process of digitizing documents. We have quite a number of physical copies of documents that we'd like to move into a digital format in both our HR and finance systems, along with our colleagues in Public Works.
Do any of these items, can any of these items be avoided permanently?
I do believe the audio-video support, and the low-voltage wiring could be, and the network software could be avoided permanently. Document digitization we will have to do at some point. The video conferencing, I think we could delay indefinitely at this point.
Those ones that we can avoid permanently or indefinitely, those items, what is the dollar amount?
$99,000, sir.
We can avoid those permanently or indefinitely.
Correct, sir.
99,000. One thing I don't want to defer is the items you mentioned for the senior center. So that right there, I already, right when you started off with that, I knew we were not going to defer these things. We need to get that new equipment into the senior center. It should have already been there, but this city council is going to budget it. So I would like to, you said 99,000.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to approve expenditure adjustment number 11, because you said that the items that we can not do or delay indefinitely are $99,000. I would like to approve expenditure adjustment number 11 for $99,000 net, a negative $99,000 net adjustment, because I don't want to defer the rest. That's my motion.
Second.
It was moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Hong. It was moved by the mayor, and seconded by Councilmember Hong.
And that will be documented in the minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam City Clerk. I make a motion to approve expenditure adjustment number 15.
Second?
Voting time, council colleagues.
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Was there any motion made at all for expenditure adjustment number 13?
No.
No.
Do my council colleagues?
So moved. Move to
I have a motion.
number 13.
I have a motion from Councilmember Polito for expenditure adjustment number 13. Second. Moved by Councilmember Polito, seconded by myself.
The motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
Are there any other motions by my council colleagues? Okay, so seeing that there's no other motions by my council colleagues, we will move on to item 9E. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 9E is a proposed update to our digital communications policy, which addresses in part social media. The presentation this evening will be given by our Communications and Marketing Manager, Scott Harvey. And following his presentation, the team would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item was originally discussed on April 10th before you tonight. And at that meeting, City Council gave consensus direction that staff review the digital communications policy with respect to current legal requirements and best practices for managing content. Staff has engaged with the city attorney to prepare an updated digital communications policy and has met with the Policy and Procedure Ad hoc Working Group to review the amendments. To support the implementation of strategic goal number 7, improve community communication, it is staff's recommendations that the City Council waive the full reading of and adopt a resolution amending the city's digital communications policy. Furthermore, staff is asking for direction from the City Council regarding whether to enable comments on the city's social media channels. That concludes my report, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
I like your report, Scott. Good report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do my council colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Say, do you have any questions? No. Councilmember Hong, do you have any questions? Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
Nope. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 9E? Seeing no public comment on item 9E, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Say? Councilmember Hong? Councilmember Polito?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Just a quick comment. I just want to say to our residents that this council is open to hearing from our residents. Mayor had, the beginning of his term, had reinstated the 5-minute speaking limit, one went up from the 3 minutes that it was imposed last year. Again, the mayor is also offering State of the City for free to engage, to get more civic engagement. And again, with opening up in this, as said in this agenda report, that we're opening up comments on social media. So I just want to let it be known that this council is not trying to take away any rights of our residents, and that, it's a gamble to open up these to open up comments on social media. I just hope that our residents use best practices, and remember, you don't want to say anything that's going to embarrass yourself or embarrass the city, as told to me by a friend.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
I have a question. So thank you for the report, Drew and Scott, and helping us make sure that the city's digital communications policy complies with the letter of the law. I think our city attorney had something to do with that. Is that right, city attorney?
That is correct.
So if the city council adopts this resolution, we are a city whose whose digital communications policy is following the law, following the letter of the law, or legally compliant, however you want to say it, right?
Yes.
Thank you, city attorney. So in your report, you said you wanted to hear from the council about whether to turn comments on or not.
That's correct, sir.
Turn comments on or leave it the way it is.
At this present time, the staff is operating under previous direction to disable comments on all posts, and we are asking for not only the approval of this updated digital communications policy, but a direction from council on whether to enable comments to our social media.
And that is that direction regarding comments is not a part of the resolution.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Do my council colleagues have any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Would you make your motion move to approve the staff recommendation and direct staff to enable the comments on our social media?
Yes.
Do you accept that friendly amendment in your second? I accept it. Okay. We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem and a second from Councilmember Polito to approve the staff recommendation and to direct staff to enable comments on the City of Cerritos social media. City of Cerritos social media. To enable comments on the City of Cerritos social media.
I'll also add that once comments are turned on, they typically remain on. We can't decide at the next meeting, oh, everybody's too mean, we're going to turn them off. It is a limited public forum. There are avenues that we can determine we don't want to do this anymore. We can turn them off, but they're very, very strict and held to a very high, strict scrutiny standard. So in essence, once you turn them on, they're going to be left on. So just as an FYI.
If I may also add, we will need approximately 2-week lead time to turn comments on to fully train staff on the new policy once it is approved.
City Attorney Drew, you guys had to add these things after we voted. It already passed. I should have asked you guys if you had questions or comments.
My sincere apologies, sir.
So we finished item 9E. And we have social media with comments turned on. I've been asking for that since I got elected in 2017. Thank you, City Council colleagues. Item 9F. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, would you like to say anything?
I'd like to table this item to a future date. If city attorney can guide me on that.
We can move it to the next council meeting, or if you would prefer, it would be a date uncertain and we can bring it back.
A date uncertain, and we'll bring it back.
Second. Do we need to vote on that? Okay, let's
Yes.
vote.
I will also note for the record that we did receive one written comment on this item.
Mayor, City Attorney, we did get a unanimous vote on tabling it, 5-0 vote on tabling it. What was I still supposed to open a public comment for it? On a motion to table?
No, you didn't have to do that. It's not being considered, and there's, I presume there's no additional comments, but written comments have been provided, so that was indicated.
So I don't need to open up public comment.
No, you certainly are welcome to, but it wasn't needed because it was being continued.
Indefinitely.
To a
Right?
date uncertain.
To a date uncertain. Give that to Robert. Legislative items.
Thank you, Mayor. We don't have any legislative items to report under 10A or 10B this evening.
Report from the city manager.
Yes, thank you. Just one item to report tonight, and that is that we are making preparations for the State of the City event. The State of the City event presented by Mayor Frank Aurelio Yokoyama will be held on Tuesday, June 24th at 11:30 a.m. at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. We have posted information about it on our website and our socials. We've mailed invitations to our VIP list and have spread the word in the community. We do have quite a few people who have RSVP'd, so we look forward to seeing the community members there. And with that, I'll turn the floor back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, City Manager has the invites when you said our VIPs, does that include our colleagues in other cities as well?
Yes, we have sent, our office has sent direct correspondence to representatives from surrounding cities and other cities in the Gateway region. And we've also sent invitations to our elected offices, the assembly member, state senator, county supervisor, and so forth as well.
Okay,
And
when you-
all commissioners and committee members.
You said representatives in the Gateway region. Are you referring to the council members in those Gateway cities?
Our office sent email notifications to the city manager's offices asking them to inform their city council members.
Perfect. Thank you.
Howard, are you going to come?
I plan to come.
Did you RSVP?
No, I haven't. This is the first I've heard of
You can RSVP here, okay?
RSVP.
We'll get you connected to the right person. You RSVP tonight. Okay, thank you for coming, Howard. This was the first time you heard of it?
Yes, absolutely. I want to congratulate you on being transparent.
Okay.
After 5 years of darkness, we finally get some transparency from the Cerritos City Council, and I want to thank all 5 of you for that.
Thank you. It would have been better if you said it at the microphone, but I'll take it. Thank you. City Council Communications, Councilmember Say.
I'll pass this late already.
Councilmember Hong.
I'll just mention it real quick. I try to make it briefly. May 24th, we went to Davin Coffee grand opening. It was a very successful event. You cannot believe how long is the line. And thanks for Scott and his staff was there doing all this event. And May 26th, we all attend Memorial Day's ceremony. And May 28 to 30th, is for Women's Lake of City, National Lake of City, Women in Municipal Court Government at the San Antonio, Texas. And that was a great event because I didn't expect the event turned out very well. It's a very empowering, and there's a lot of a very good input for that. And I do catch up a lot of good points from that. You're also empowering the women's. Also, June 7th, I went to the Long Beach, recognized the tremendous service of American Cancer Society and the Relay for Life for the 40th year's birthday celebration. June 8th, CCPA configuration hosted by Jeff. It was a great turnout, and thank you for spending the time and letting the residents know about our beautiful CCPA. Everybody's very impressed and happy to see that. And June 9th is TPT, is the red ribbon cutting, and we all went there, and we enjoyed a good drink as a boba tea, and I hope we can have all this kind of a good tea house and a restaurant to come to our Cerritos, and hopefully all the residents will enjoy it too. Thank you.
Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the late hour, I will postpone my city council member report till the next meeting. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I will postpone my report as well.
Thank you, council colleagues. I will postpone a report, but I do want to let the residents know that the city council and the city manager's office and the sheriff's station, are aware of the local unrest and protests and challenges in the Los Angeles area. And I assure you that the Cerritos City Council is prioritizing the safety of our city and of our residents and our families. We will continue to during these times here in Los Angeles County, in the Los Angeles City area. We will continue, the Cerritos City Council will continue to prioritize the safety of our city. Captain Drew Strong, thank you for being here during this meeting. Is there anything you could add to assure our residents and families of Cerritos that the Cerritos Sheriff Station is prioritizing the safety of our city?
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you for the question. We do prioritize the safety of the city as far as the federal enforcement that's going on. The Sheriff's Department doesn't take part in the enforcement portion of that. We will respond if our federal partners need assistance in the field for safety purposes. And of course, we always prioritize the safety of the citizens. So.
Thank you, Captain Drew Strong. Thank you for always attending our meetings. We will now adjourn the regular meeting, and the council will recess in closed session.
And for a closed session, I just want to announce that we will be discussing items 12C, D, E, and F. 12A and B are no longer necessary.
Good news. Thank you.